Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Cabinet meeting. Welcome to our colleagues from the press and for everyone who's come along to watch. I'm just doing... you look like a jury sat there, actually, you lot. As charged. I'm just checking on names because the traffic, as everyone's probably noticed, is absolutely horrendous out there. And all of us have had various challenges getting in this morning. So I'm just checking who's here and who isn't. So it's a bit like class. Stephen's here, David's here. Leslie isn't yet. Pal isn't yet. Stephen Broomfield's not here yet. He's stuck in traffic. Tim's here. The other Tim isn't here. Keith. Rod's here. And Andy Tree's not here. Okay, so we've got a few people missing. You have, I'm not sure whether you're aware of the order in which colleagues are speaking. What I suggest is that we start, and then if people haven't arrived, we'll just slot them in at the end as they get here, if that's okay with everybody. Keith, does that work with your order? Yeah, okay, great. Yes, yeah. So I know we've moved the order slightly, which is absolutely fine. But I know that you were hoping to do it in you'd got some coordination, so I didn't want to kind of mess that up. Stephen's here. You're with the jury, Stephen, over there. So, in which case, if everybody's ready, we've got all of our committee chairs. Yeah, I think we're all set to go. Then, thanks. All good. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to this, which is quite a big day of decisions here at the County Council, and at the meeting of this meeting of the Cabinet. Whilst this meeting is open to the public, it's being recorded and broadcast live on the County Council's website and will be available for repeat viewing. It may also be recorded and filmed by the press and public, and indeed the press are here filming too. Filming or recording is only permitted in this room while the meeting is taking place, so must stop when the meeting is either adjourned or closed. Filming is not permitted elsewhere in the building at any time. We're not expecting a fire drill, although it's Monday morning when sometimes the fire alarm goes off. Tuesday is fine. Okay, got the wrong day. So we're not expecting a fire drill. In the event there is a fire alarm, please vacate via the main reception or via one of the emergency exits across the hall, which you can see just across there. So apologies for absence. I think we've got one apology from Councillor Jan Warwick, and I'm grateful to Councillor Ros Chad for sitting in the Deputy Leader's spot today to help me out. Declarations of interest. Does anyone have a declaration to declare? Councillor North.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I'd like to declare an interest under Appendix 10, which is the Homelessness Support Services, as I am portfolio holder for Housing and Environmental Health on Test Valley Borough Council, and they would be impacted by the proposed recommendations. So I will leave when we get to that item.
Okay, super. So, yeah, if you leave, then we'll come and bring you back, so you don't miss the rest. That's all good. In terms of, we've got minutes of the previous meeting. They're on pages 5 to 24. Can I confirm that everybody is happy with those? Great. Thank you very much. Chairman's announcements, I think we've got more than enough to say today, so I don't intend saying anything further at this stage other than just to welcome everybody who's come along today. Thank you to everybody who is coming to speak. To give you a short run through of what I thought we would do, we have deputations, 2 from members of the public and then from a number of our colleagues. Our plan, I think, is to run through all of those first with you all, then probably take a short break, a short comfort break, and then start talking about the items. But what we will do is move the order of the items that we consider around to reflect the issues that you've brought up, so that you're not left waiting for, if your item happens to be late in the running order of the different reports, you're not going to be sitting around waiting for that to occur. And so we'll be doing it in that order. And so we have deputations, first of all, from members of the public. Mr. Jones, so would you like to come forward and I think you're going to be speaking about passenger transport, please. Thank you for coming along.
Good morning, members of the Cabinet. I'm Stuart Jones. I'm an individual, but I'm also a member of the Hampshire Bus Enhanced Partnership Forum. Our role on that forum is to be a critical friend, and hopefully I'll try and balance my comments today in that light. So I'd like to speak about the proposed public transport cuts. So I note that Hampshire have revised the proposals from the severe cuts proposed originally. I understand that the Scrutiny Committee has also called out the serious risk of social impacts, even with the revised proposals, and this impact was clearly called out in the consultation response. I'll therefore keep my statement today as short as possible. Now, I appreciate that county council funding from central government is a long-standing issue, and there are hard choices. But the proposals in front of you today have consequences that are not called out or analysed in the appendix on public transport. I'm therefore asking you today to pause these cuts and to do the proper analysis, particularly on policies such as LTP4. So LTP4 puts transport at the centre of key social, environmental and economic objectives for Hampshire. However, there's no assessment in the proposal today on the impact on LTP4 targets. That gap is not sustainable. In short, the council cannot have its cake and eat it. Either the cuts or an unchallenged LTP4, for example, on access to all for affordable, comfortable and accessible public transport. It's simply not credible or possible or honest to have both. So secondly, some of the cuts affect services that are in communities most affected by local authority plans for development. There's a couple of examples, the 61 from Colden Common and the 20 in Wickham. Both have relatively good use, compared with others, and relatively low cost per passenger compared with other services. The impact on the local authority plans and the challenges that will come at local district level surely outweigh the relatively low savings on these services. Thirdly, Hampshire Bus Strategy is by design to focus money from sources such as the BSIP on routes which are already commercially successful. And yes, I understand BSIP money is outside the scope of the proposal, but these are funds which are all available, depending on strategy and choices that Hampshire makes, to fund services in our area to meet a wide range of objectives. The net effect is that Hampshire bids and receives public money to enhance commercially successful services while proposing to cut services that need support. Fourthly, several services which are planned to be cut are proposed to be replaced by community services. It's not at all clear which services those community services are and how effective they might be in mitigating some of the impact, particularly on social needs. I've asked, even as a member of the EP Forum, for information on the aims, for example, of the Andover DRT scheme. I've had no information back from that request. So if I'm struggling to find information about how some of those services might replace more conventional bus services, how can the wider public understand that? So the request here is please be more open on sharing information, especially on future transport initiatives, to support information sharing and understanding of what the future transport will look like. So, given these and the wider social concerns already raised, I'd encourage the Cabinet to pause on these proposed cuts and do a wider analysis. This is necessary to understand the trade-offs and the effect on your other agreed strategies, such as LTP4. And finally, there is also a significant opportunity to get better value for money from these funds. No one wants to see buses running around empty, taking public money. But the connections are still poor from these services at places such as train stations. And so please work more effectively with other local communities on the connectivity and the actual demand across Hampshire, not just in the urban areas. So that's 5 points, literally a handful. Thank you. Please reconsider and review.
Mr. Jones, well done. Thank you very much. That was really helpful. Everyone's been taking notes as you've gone through. So what we'll do is when we come to that point, we'll refer back to those in the comments that we make. Now, Kenna, yeah, and I think you're from Two Saints. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. So I'm Kenny Young, Regional Director for Two Saints. Firstly, sort of on behalf of our staff and our clients, I would like to thank officers and members for the very evident time and consideration that is being dedicated to some very difficult decision making. We were encouraged to see an impassioned discussion at the Select Committee on the 17th of September, which had a clear it clearly evidenced that there was an understanding of the impact that these services have for some of the most marginalised in Hampshire. It was also reassuring to see that it took account of the well over 4,000 responses that there were to the consultation. And for us, we felt the responses were representative of those who know of, use or have used the services, with 74% of respondents indicating high levels of a disagreement with the proposal. It was noted that strength of feeling on this topic was high, and that is because this proposal would significantly impact the lives of many. We have estimated this to be roughly 900 individuals per year, that's clients or their family members, and they would be negatively impacted. Many of the comments included in the insight summary really evidenced concerns and brought the impact of the proposal to life, whilst acknowledging the financial position of the council, but highlighting their moral obligations. The last 13 months have provided a great deal of uncertainty and concern regarding this proposal. We've worked tirelessly with our local authority colleagues to try and understand how some of the county's most vulnerable clients would survive if these services came to an end on the 31st of March 2025. And unfortunately, we feel the mitigations set out by officers have not provided confidence to those of us that know our clients and their complex needs well. The suggestion that clients can be signposted to Connect to Support Hampshire and that there is sufficient capacity for social workers to support those with recognised care needs does not mitigate the loss of 172 bed spaces that would be directly impacted. We have huge concern that many of those currently receiving the service will not be deemed in priority need by district and boroughs and therefore may not receive an offer of accommodation, which would leave them with no other option than to rough sleep on the streets of Hampshire. We know that roughly 350 clients access our accommodation each year. There will be a visible increase in rough sleeping, and there is a risk of health deterioration and potential deaths on the streets. As part of the consultation, one of our clients advised us, "If I did not live here, I would be on the streets as the council has nowhere for me to go. I wouldn't last on the streets and I would die." In 23-24, our staff raised 90 safeguarding referrals. Without our team advocating for the safety of clients, they will have continued to have been neglected or abused. If clients are rough sleeping, who is going to be there for them advocating on their behalf? We're seeing many more care experienced adults relying on our services, and roughly 16% of those that we support have been through the children care system. My view is that it's a failure that they're having to come into our services at all. They should be equipped with the right support so that they can access long-term stable accommodation. But unfortunately, that isn't the case for them all. So where do those 16% of our clients go if our services are no longer there? Districts and boroughs are attempting to be prevention focused and are working tirelessly to try and invest in services. But this is an incredible challenge for them because of reduced annual homeless prevention grants, and we currently have no indication of what future funding opportunities beyond 24-25 look like. This will mean that the infrastructure of support for those who experience homelessness will simply fall apart. It will have a significant impact on many services that are already struggling with resource, such as emergency services. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how uncertain the financial landscape for homelessness services is across the country. But there are many other services across Hampshire and the South that are facing the cliff edge of funding ending on the 31st of March 25, and with no indication of central government's commitment to funding life-saving services for those that experience homelessness at this time. We appreciate the argument that Hampshire County Council does not hold the statutory duty to provide accommodation to those experiencing homelessness. However, there is a commitment to prevention of current and future care needs and a responsibility under the Care Act. These social inclusion services we deliver evidently reduce access of primary and secondary health services and support timely discharge from hospital, with our staff going above and beyond to keep clients safe and well. And by this I mean alive and with hope for the future. Our focus is on thriving and not just surviving, which is something I'm sure we all hope is available for all residents in Hampshire. Without these services, clients' opportunities to thrive are extremely limited. In an ideal world, these services would continue as they are, with funding for the foreseeable future. And we really do thank those who have taken a rounded view of this matter and recommended that services are honoured until the current contract end date of the 31st of March 26. This additional year gives us, Hampshire colleagues, district and boroughs and the wider homelessness system the opportunity to review future funding opportunities, consider the demands and need, with the hope that some of our services could continue in some form into 26-27. Many of our clients have at some point experienced trauma, rejection and barriers to accessing the support they need. I know that our current client group, if there is approval to continue these services into 25-26, will feel a sense of relief that they are not about to experience another period of insecurity and feeling let down by systems that should be their safety net. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you for coming and giving us your thoughts on that. Again, everyone's been listening intently and taking notes, and we'll be coming back to both of those items at the head of the decision-making part in a little while. But before that, you probably noticed the motley crew behind you of our colleagues, all of whom want to come and talk about their own areas and their own and put forward their own points. So thanks so much. Now, councillor colleagues, we've, I think, done as we normally do, which is to look at the number of you that wish to speak and to divide the time up that we would normally give to deputations and to councillor engagement. And I think we're suggesting 4 minutes each. If you'll be timed. If you overrun a little, I'm quite happy to let you run on, but please don't go on for very much longer than the 4 minutes, if that's okay. And so in no particular order, Stephen Reid, Councillor Reid from Basingstoke, you're first.
Thank you, Leader. I think I'm here today to argue against the cliff edge, which the lady who just spoke mentioned. On the homelessness grants, I think it would be absolutely right to continue them to the contracted date of 2026 and buy some time for the services to adapt, because decisions that are made and implemented in haste are always the damaging ones. So carrying on to 2026, I think, would be an extremely sensible way to go forward. The major item I wanted to talk on this morning, Leader, was on the school crossing patrols. And in a way, the same logic applies. If we go for the legal statutory minimum and we say we're going to end all the school crossing patrols, bang, one day they're here, one day they're gone, that again is a cliff edge strategy that makes it very difficult to ensure the safety of people who have to cross some of the busy roads near schools. If we carry them on where we have school crossing patrols, that would then enable us to either keep that service going or to look at alternatives without having that cliff edge. Now, in Basingstoke, in St Mark's School in my division, there was a deputation at the last select committee where 3 of the pupils and a parent came along and spoke and did extremely well. The one thing that I would add to what they said about the school crossing patrols is that St Mark's School has a travel plan, and the travel plan says, please park your car in the community centre on that side of the road and then cross the road safely to the school, and that will avoid traffic congestion in the residential area. It's a great idea, but crossing the road safely is really dependent upon the school crossing patrols. So what we would have if we did away with the school crossing patrols is a travel plan that says use them and a budget that says they're not there. And that would be a contradiction in the Hatch-Warren area that I think would be something that the council would find difficult to defend. So my solution to this is that where we have school crossing patrols, carry them on. They're not vastly expensive services. Where we don't have them, and effectively we're not removing a service, that's an option to take them out of the budget. But where they are in place and they're working and they're much loved by their communities, keeping them on protects the safety of the pupils, but it also gives you time to look at alternatives should alternatives be necessary. So I would commend to you the strategy of keeping them going where they are going and buying yourself some time and avoiding that cliff edge. And that would be extremely important to the people that I represent. Thank you, Leader.
Councillor Reid, Stephen, thank you so much. Really helpful. Malcolm, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Right. Over the past month, the scrutiny committees have put in a lot of work to reach the recommendations that are part of the pack that is before Cabinet today. I would like to thank the Cabinet members for attending those scrutiny meetings and listening to the debates firsthand. And I hope that the Cabinet takes the recommendations proposed by those cross-party committees seriously in reaching their decisions today. No one across the council would choose to make the cuts that are being considered, but we're being forced into this because of the council's financial position. It's a brutal situation, but it's important that changes are proportionate and that the impact is minimised for our most vulnerable residents. The three areas I wanted to emphasise today are passenger transport, school crossing patrols and the household waste recycling centres. On passenger transport, there are three key reasons for scrapping this proposal. Firstly, the cuts will hit our most vulnerable residents. Of all the SP25 proposals, and even with the changes made since the public consultation, the proposed passenger transport changes impact across the widest range of protected characteristics. This was emphasised in the letters from the chairs of both the Adults and Children's Services Committees. The cuts will disproportionately affect our rural communities. There have already been massive cuts to rural bus services in Hampshire. Some of the villages that I represent no longer have a bus service. For others, they may only get one per day or even one per week. The bus services are a lifeline to vulnerable members of our community. And as demonstrated in the scrutiny meeting, the proposals for mitigating the impacts of cuts simply will not work. Also, as mentioned by one of the public speakers earlier, the cuts are contrary to the aims in the county's own local transport plan, which include providing an equitable transport system whilst reducing our carbon emissions. On school crossing patrols, lots of issues were highlighted during the scrutiny meeting, which altogether meant that this proposal didn't pass the common sense test. Simply put, the potential savings are not worth the increased risk to our children. On the household waste recycling centres, firstly, there is the environmental impact from closing sites. It's well established that smaller sites are better at recycling and reuse. Plus, more sites means less distance to travel, and it mitigates potential risks of fly tipping. Second point is again on the impact of our rural communities. For many residents in my division, the proposal is to not only lose our closest tip in Bishop's Waltham, but also our second and third closest tips in Fair Oak and Hedge End. Across the county, the proposal is to close almost all the recycling centres in more rural locations, disproportionately penalising our rural residents. It is this council's responsibility to provide infrastructure for our communities, not take it away. Finally, there are no legal minimum service levels for recycling centres, so the whole proposal on reducing service levels is flawed. In the absence of statutory guidance, surely it's right for us to agree what the minimum service levels for our residents should be before deciding to close any recycling centres. I hope that you saw the support for our local tip that was demonstrated at the weekend when more than 100 people from the Meon Valley and Bishop's Waltham came out to demonstrate against closure of the recycling centre in Bishop's Waltham. These services are wanted and needed, and it would be wrong to close them. I could go on, but I urge the Cabinet to agree with scrutiny's recommendations on these issues and to scrap these cuts. Thank you.
Malcolm, thank you. Next up is Leader of the Opposition, Councillor House, Keith.
And thanks so much for putting me on first amongst the Liberal Democrat team. I want to try and just frame the debate in terms of some of my shadow cabinet colleagues and other members who will be along this morning to make representations on the issues in front of you. We've tried to be responsible as an opposition through this process. We've supported some of the proposals. We've looked to amend some others, and we've looked to oppose further proposals. But in summary, Chairman, the proposals in front of Cabinet today are dangerous to Hampshire people in the coming months, they're dangerous to Hampshire people over time, and they're dangerous to public services for a generation. We've already heard this morning about school crossing patrols, and we've already heard about the homeless, public safety for our children, the most vulnerable people in our community of all, those people who have no homes, are subject to some of the proposals in front of Cabinet today, let alone thinking about the long-term running down of public services, of public transport, of highway maintenance that just stores up problems for the future. So at the same time, these proposals still only amount to a modest contribution to the savings that your administration needs to find. As we know, it just scratches the surface of the £175 million deficit facing this county council. In that sense, these proposals are fiddling while Rome burns. And it really does need a new approach. It needs a fresh administration, to be fair. It needs an approach that will integrate our public services with the National Health Service. It needs a package that will devolve things to our local services that can better be done by our district councils and our parish councils. And it also means we need to work much more collaboratively in partnerships with the voluntary sector and with the business community. We're in a cycle of spiralling decline and cuts, which is irreversible if it isn't addressed now. And the answer to that is to change our approach entirely and to look for solutions through growth rather than through cuts. Growth through generating income where we have the opportunity, generating income where we can be innovative, through security, through delivering more homes on county land. So we have fewer examples of the homelessness that we've already heard about this morning, and greener, through generating renewable energy, as we have been calling for more than a decade from the opposition benches of this council, yet we still see little progress. Change is desperately needed. So we need investment and we need growth, not cuts and the 14th year of salami slicing of public services that simply can't be cut any longer. And we see the desperate cycle of decline in front of this council today, and the genuine concerns of Hampshire residents, some of whom are here, some of whom have been seen on our TV screens, all of whom, many of whom have been seen on Facebook and social media, talking about things that matter to them because they care passionately about their local public services. Now, I'm not critical of any of you as individuals. You're nice people. You are, You're all smiling now. But it is time for change in Hampshire. After 14 years of this cycle of decline, we need a new approach. We need to pause some of these proposals. I believe you're going to do some of that from some of the comments that some of your colleagues have already made on social media. We need to change others and we need to reject others. Public services have to come first. The people of Hampshire have to come first. Otherwise, we're just in this continued cycle of decline. Colleagues, I hope you'll listen very carefully to not just members of my team, but also the other members of your team. You've already had Malcolm from the Green Party along this morning, to think about some of the issues that have been raised, to genuinely consider what's in the long-term interests of Hampshire and its people, not just the short-term interest of a cabinet that's just got 6 months to run before it faces the electorate. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Keith. Next is David, Councillor Harrison from Totton. Sorry, we should have organised you in order, shouldn't we? Sorry. Pal's next, and then Leslie, and then Jackie. So Jackie's on the end. She's all good. David, over to you.
Well, good morning, everybody. This feels like the worst job interview I've ever attended. I had a written speech. I've decided to abandon it because my suspicion was that the director of Two Saints would be far more articulate than I could ever be when it deals with the proposed cuts to the homelessness services. For the benefit of the wider public who might be watching, I am the Liberal Democrat opposition spokesman for health and social care. In some ways, that makes me a little bit responsible insofar as it's adult social care which is at the root of our funding problems. It's affecting almost every area of Hampshire County Council's services, because for years and years now, we've been faced with having to cut. And I think a lot of people in this room will be asking, how will it end? When will it ever end? And there's an analogy with health here, isn't there? Insofar as what you want to try and avoid is spending all your time dealing with symptoms rather than the root cause. And I think most of us know what the root cause is. It's a lack of a sustainable way to fund adult social care. Prime Minister after Prime Minister has stood outside number 10 Downing Street and said they're going to come up with a method of funding social care on a sustainable basis. And they've all failed. And so local government has been left with this responsibility, which is a case of becoming more expensive every year as our population grows older and frailer and more vulnerable, and yet we can't keep pace with it. So, Chairman, what I'm suggesting is a slightly different approach. Year after year, we've been up to Westminster and pleaded for more money from government, with no success at all. I want government to understand that sticking plasters, this sticking plaster approach to what we're having to do, just does not work. So we could write a letter, or we could send an email, or maybe, just to get a little bit more cut through, a sticking plaster sent to every one of our MPs in Hampshire with the idea that they've got to do something different in future, because the answer lies with proper funding, and if we get proper funding, all our services, all those services we really value, could actually happen. Thank you, Chairman.
David, thank you very much. I like the idea of writing the letter on the sticking plasters, maybe, so. Pal, yes, no, come on. So, Councillor Pal Hare from Fareham.
Good morning, Cabinet, members, officers and the public. I haven't come to make a political speech, but to raise concerns of my residents. As Councillor representing Crofton Division and a corporate parent to the children of Hampshire, I would like to address two items on the agenda. I would like Cabinet to consider not withdrawing funding of 0.114 million, which is 114,000, which if you reduce it down further, is just over 6,000 per crossing, from the 17 school patrol crossings in Hampshire, which are being considered in the 2024 Futures consultation. And secondly, not to close the household waste recycling centres in Hampshire, which are earmarked for closure. The removal of school crossing patrols in my division and in the wider part of Hampshire could have significant impacts on both safety and the community. These school crossing patrols play a vital role in ensuring children can cross roads safely on their way to and from school, particularly in areas with high traffic or where there are no pedestrian crossings. Without them, there may be an increased risk of accidents, potentially leading to a higher number of injuries among children. Beyond safety, the removal could also affect parents' confidence in allowing their children to walk to school independently, leading to more car journeys. This would not only contribute to increased traffic congestion, but also have environmental consequences due to higher emissions. Additionally, crossing patrols provide a reassuring presence in the community, bonding relationships, and promoting road safety awareness among both children and drivers. The removal could diminish this sense of community spirit. The Stubbington Green SCP is located near a roundabout and assists children crossing to both primary and senior school. It is heavily used crossing patrol situated in the heart of the village. Concerned parents have contacted me on numerous occasions about the proposed removal of the provision. Let's not jeopardise the safety of our children for the sake of a small saving, and it is a teeny amount of saving compared to the rest of the amount. I also have concerns about the household waste recycling centres earmarked for closures. Whilst none are in my division and do not impact my residents directly, I can imagine how the residents in those areas are feeling where they will be impacted. The removal of household waste recycling centres in Hampshire could have several negative impacts. Firstly, it could lead to an increase in illegal fly tipping, as people may be less inclined to travel further to dispose of waste responsibly. This would not only damage the environment, but also burden our local authorities with the cost of cleaning up and enforcing fly tipping laws. Secondly, the reduction of closure of the Hampshire waste recycling centres could discourage recycling, leading to more waste ending up in landfill or incineration, which is less environmentally sustainable. This would undermine efforts to reduce Hampshire's carbon footprint and meet waste reduction targets. For households without easy access to alternative waste disposal methods, it may become more difficult to properly dispose of items like electronics, furniture, or hazardous materials, which could increase public health and safety risks. Finally, fewer household waste recycling centres could cause increased traffic and longer queues at the remaining centres, creating frustration for residents and possibly deterring them from making regular trips to dispose of their waste. So please, myself and my residents and the wider public, we urge you to listen to us, Cabinet, and help ensure the safety of our children and not close the household waste recycling centres. This was actually discussed and debated further at our Universal Services Committee, and please do listen, and you were there, Chairman, and the Cabinet, and listen to all our debates, so please take those into consideration. And quickly, I've got 1 second left. And in terms of the homelessness, I totally agree with the director of Two Saints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hare. Councillor Meenan. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you. I sit here as a county councillor. In my previous career, I spent 23 years as a Hampshire police officer on frontline police duties. So I experienced firsthand the impact of homelessness that it has on the individual and on the communities. This includes dealing with the death of a homeless person and also the transformational effect that you give to a support to a homeless person who goes on to live a healthy, happy life, contributing to their society. In Gosport, we have 13% of our population is military veterans. Many of them experience post-traumatic stress disorder, mental health issues, and difficulty accessing employment. These men and women have given so much to our society. To not give them the support that they rightly deserve it's not a fit and proper decision to make. For people who leave prison, to start out in civilian life with a criminal record is a huge battle. Very often they have trouble getting jobs, people advocating for them, and establishing the routines and boundaries that they had in prison to keep them in a good place. Very often without this support, they will cycle back into crime, impacting on the police, the criminal justice system, and the prison, which of course we all know are extremely challenged at this time. Domestic abuse survivors very often flee from a violent situation with very little, sometimes with just what they're wearing. Without the right support, advocacy, legal advice, we are ultimately pushing those people back into the arms of their perpetrators. People who are addicted to drugs, very often trying to remove that addiction is something you cannot do on your own. Without the appropriate amount of support, these people very often end up in hospital, into the criminal justice system, and into our prison systems. Now, these are just 4 vulnerable groups, and there are so many more. You've got your care leavers, and so many. I fully understand we have a financial challenge here, but we're not talking about money here. We're talking about lives. I would ask that you support the ongoing funding for the homeless provision, because this really is a matter of life or death. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, Jackie.
Thank you. I'm going to start by just talking about school crossing patrols, and although I'm not the spokesperson for children anymore, I was until last week, and so this is obviously of great interest to us all. So I'm going to talk about this first. So this proposal affects many schools, but I'm just talking about one today at Kingsworthy, where ITV is actually sitting today, as we talk, waiting for a verdict for Bill Page, our faithful school crossing patrol. And Kingsworthy is not alone. It has reasons why that school crossing patrol there is there. And that is very similar to the ones that have just been described earlier. It's not, the entrance for the school isn't obvious from our road. There are flashing signs outside the school warning drivers not to travel fast through the area. As you approach these flashing lights from both directions, you can't see the school as there's a shallow double bend. That's why there's a school crossing patrol there. It's got nothing to do with the PB squared. The presence of a school crossing patrol not only keeps parents and children safe as they cross here, it also deters driving parents from parking here and any strangers who may be lurking in the extensive green area between school crossing patrol and the school. Most children are local, and the school uses every walking month to promote walking. Like most of the people here, their council schools will be using the Walktober system as a month to make a decision to cut driving and to go into school simple and good value service. This meeting is about the services we're offering to our residents to support LTP4. So it's a cruel decision to make that decision to cut that service actually in this month. I ask you to hold the decision to remove the SCPs for the 17 schools until a thorough review of the reasons why they're so valuable to parents and children alike is actually considered. I'm going to go on to HWRCs now. 58 Alresford HWRC users took the trouble to write into the consultation. Many attended the Rural Recycling Matters demonstration on Saturday, and many have written to Councillor Adams-King and myself to say how they value the resource. Rural recycling matters, it's better for the planet, cost and time efficient for residents, and provides a vital walk-in service. I've actually met a lady in Stanmore who goes on the bus to take her recycling to Alresford because she can't drive into Winchester because she doesn't have a car. So that we do think that we don't know that users that currently use those rural recycling centres will actually make the effort to get to the main centres, and so we think that it actually could reduce the lower recycling rates overall, so we must retain these rural recycling ones. I'm going to just finish on bus transport options. Frankly, the paper is quite confusing and feels like smoke and mirrors to the general public. That's the conversation they've said to me. It's very difficult to understand. If you're just a user using one bus, you don't understand how that affects your bus. A recent exercise to spend S106 for the Kings Barton bus has needed real determination to get that started, but it was a happy outcome for residents, but a triumph for LTP4, which is what we're talking about on all of these 3 points. The experience of bus users is so individual that the overall percentage of responses in the paper actually means little. In most subsidised bus routes, public use them to get to banks, medical appointments, and one most important thing, to get their hair cut. They say in every case, to me, they would prefer a bus less days a week than no bus at all. I think the really practical point about this is, please don't just take them all away. and make them just reduce them to nothing on one day. They prefer less days a week. That's very clear. That doesn't come out in the paper, I don't think, as well as it should do, but it's a very important part of rural services. And we've had one where recently the bus happens so infrequently, the villagers just decide to take the bus stop away. They think it's too depressing to have a physical bus shelter there. They just feel it's so depressing, they just don't want even there. So I think that sums up their attitude to seeing a bus disappear. Thank you.
Jackie, thank you. And before you go, just to recognise that you've done many years as the opposition children's spokesperson, and thank you so much for all you've done over those years.
It's all right. I'll still keep going. I just won't have the title.
Good. Thank you. Now, unfortunately, next person up is Malcolm Wade, who's right in the middle. Sorry, it's not unfortunate you're next up, just unfortunate you're in the middle, Malcolm. So.
Good morning, Chairman and members. Thank you for letting me address the Cabinet. I want to talk today about the closure of the Tier 3 and Tier 4 recycling centres, specifically the two in the New Forest district, Marchwood and Summerley. And to start with, I'll give you context of why I'm bringing this to your attention. New Forest district is a geographically large authority of 290 square miles, for approximately 200 miles in the National Park, which 145 miles are Crown lands managed by Forestry England. It is a diverse and distinct communities, many miles apart, and a fragile environment which already attracts fly tippers. The uniqueness of its geography makes it particularly vulnerable to fly tipping. It has the second largest population of a district or borough in the county, with 40% of them living within 7 miles of the Marchwood Recycling Centre. On a narrow strip of land between Southampton and Water on one side and the National Park on the other. This is why I challenge Marchwood is a Tier 3 tip. The largest grouping of population in the district it's in the middle of it. It should be kept open. I spoke to an operator at Marchwood, and the operator told me they're all very worried about their jobs. He in particular, because he lived locally and he walked to work. And closing the tip would present him a real problem, as he didn't have a car and there were not many jobs because of public transport that he could go to without a car. This reminded me it's not just our residents who lose out, but the many, many workers that worked in recycling centres who've dealt with Hampshire waste over the years really hard and effectively. It also made me think, what about the people in Hampshire who don't own a car? How will they recycle their waste when the local tip closes? It's no longer going to be feasible to ask a neighbour or friend to drive miles and miles away to take their waste to the local tip. What will they do? About Summerley. Summerley, the other site under threat, is located on the west side of the New Forest, between the National Park on the east and Dorset on the west. The residents of Fordingbridge, one of the main communities, are 21.6 miles from Efford Recycling Centre, and those in Ringwood 15 miles. And that's where they've got to go to dispose of their recycling materials. The A337, where Efford is located, is a very busy road, and there will be a housing development almost opposite it. So this will not make it easy for them. There's been much said about closing the recycling centres does not increase fly tipping, but that's dependent on the environment. The fragile environment of New Forest National Park, with mile upon mile of quiet forest roads through unfenced forest and heathland, with a wide variety of wildlife, is potentially under a level of threat. This may sound dramatic, but whilst many of our residents will dispose of their recycling by appropriate means, there will be some who will take the short drive somewhere quiet, leave their waste to be picked up by forest ponies and litter in the Crown's forest. It's worth remembering the majority of New Forest residents don't use the district's recycling service for green waste. They go to Marchwood and to Summerley. And to Efford. The 1.6 million would save the council's funding gap. I see why you would want to close the Tier 3 and Tier centres, but it won't. There will still be a massive gap, and the legal minimum requirement will not save the day, but it will impact greatly our recycling and New Forest residents. However, the council did a consultation and the majority of residents who answered did not want to close the site. The Universal Services Select Committee recommended not closing the sites. The district and borough councils don't want you to close the sites. I'm sure the overwhelming majority of members of the council don't want you to close the sites. But most important of all, the residents of Hampshire don't want you to close the sites. What we should be doing, they want to be able to recycle their waste close to home without a long car drive, adding strain and stress, along with extra carbon emissions. We're trying to be a green council. We should be making it easier for them. Please keep them open. Specifically, please keep Marston Assembly open. Thank you, Jim.
Malcolm, thank you very much. So next, Martin, Councillor Todd from Winchester.
Good morning. So ever since on October the 10th last year, the then Cabinet voted through these cuts as their proposals for running the Council's finances, we've known that it would come to this moment. Desperate cuts, increasing costs for the public, directly and indirectly, more homelessness, more crisis spending on social care, more substance abuse, more crime, more fly tipping, more car journeys, more congestion, more carbon and less recycling. More costs for the police, more costs for the NHS, more costs for the charities that support our most vulnerable, more cost for district councils, more cost for the public and more cost for our environment. And not joined up. In the full council debate on the winter fuel allowance on October the 3rd, we all unanimously agreed that the county should, quote, encourage local efforts to promote pension credit uptake through council services and partnerships with local charities and community organisations to ensure that all eligible pensioners in Hampshire are supported in claiming their entitlement. And on October the 14th, today, potentially deciding to cut support to the Citizens' Advice and to the CVSs that give that support and that help local charities and community organisations. In February 2024, we passed a new transport plan saying that public transport, walking and cycling should become a preferred option for travel, resulting in lower levels of private car use. And in October 2024, we have a proposal to cut vital support for buses such as the 61 to Winchester, Twyford, Colton Common and Eastleigh, and expect people to drive far further to recycle. I'm particularly concerned about the cuts to homelessness support. Everything we know about helping people in the most desperate situations is that secure housing is the absolute first step. Housing first, with the support necessary to help people maintain that tenancy and get on the journey to a better life. Without that, continued problems with substance abuse, crime, homelessness, huge health problems, and demand on the NHS and social care. And this is so unjoined up. Districts across Hampshire are facing a very sharp increase in homelessness costs, with major concerns that the costs and problems will worsen in the future, with changes to rent rules, lack of clarity for future refugee support, and the new programme for early release from prison. There's lack of clarity on government funding for homelessness, which may only become clear on October the 30th. If ever there was a time where the county, district, police, NHS, and the charity partners and specialist housing associations need to be working closely together, this is it. Unilaterally pulling the plug is not the way. And finally, tips. I sat on the committee that scrutinised this and it just doesn't add up. Let's not forget our starting point. One of the lowest recycling rates of any county council in the country. And the proposal. Cutting tips across the county, even though residents have told us the other ways they want to see savings. It's also not joined up. You have a proposal in front of you to cut tips in clusters, for example, Bishop's Waltham, Fair Oak, Hedge End, that serve some of the areas with the fastest housing growth in Hampshire, requiring people to drive far further than the guidance set out by WRAP, the Waste and Resources Action Programme, the national body that sets out best practice guidance. And again, driving up costs for districts who will be dealing with the fly tipping that will inevitably follow. Cabinet, I know you can do better than this. You have the opportunity today to listen to residents and listen to councillors and do what's right for the residents of Hampshire. I recognise you're not responsible for the mismanagement and failed leadership that has fuelled this situation nationally, although your party is. But you are responsible for missed opportunities locally, and now we're at a point of crisis. Please make decisions that are joined up, that work for the future, that care for our most vulnerable residents, that care for our environment, that reflect what you've heard from residents and local organisations, and that don't just shunt costs onto other authorities or even other parts of the council. You know there is a better way. Please take it today and do what's right for Hampshire.
Martin, thank you. So next up is Councillor Broomfield Stephen.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to be strictly parochial here, I'm afraid, and stick to my own division of West End and Horton Heath, and particularly dealing with the appendices 4 and 7 on the agenda, which is school crossing patrols and household waste recycling centres. My concern with the school crossing patrols is the metric by which need is assessed, the PV squared measurement. The crossing patrol in Moor Green Road and Chapel Road in West End is below the PV2 analysis. But my feeling is it doesn't take account of the road layout and particular dangers created there. The junction is effectively a four-way crossroad. Chapel Road joins Moor Green Road left and right, and opposite is the entrance to the youth club. So effectively you have a crossroads. Traffic coming from all directions. Moor Green Road is a dead straight road running through an estate and past St James School. And traffic calming is in the form of a series of about 200 yards of chicanes. Designed to slow traffic, which it does. It creates bottlenecks, it creates a backlog, and it creates angry, aggressive drivers who take gaps that don't exist. So without a crossing patrol, a small child trying to cross Moor Green Road, perhaps with a mother with a smaller child or a pushchair or a buggy, is taking a risk of coming on this four-way crossing, which, yes, might have less traffic than necessary to get a crossing patrol, but the way that people drive and the pulsing of traffic through the traffic calming creates great dangers. The day before the Universal Services Select Committee addressed this matter, I spoke to the head teacher at St James School, and she told me that very morning she'd had a mother who'd taken in a scooter, not electric, I'm pleased to say, which had been run over by a van which had passed through the gap without taking due care. The school crossing patrol that day was actually off sick. I've had several representations from parents with very similar stories. So I feel in this particular case, what we're not doing is looking at the situation on the ground, we're merely looking at numbers. And I think that's a very dangerous way to make assessments. Which then brings me on to the household waste recycling centres. The one in Fair Oak, which is in my division, also in my borough council ward, and in fact about half a mile from where I live, is slated for closure. It's small, it doesn't have the numbers. Unfortunately, the nearest would be Eastleigh, which anybody on a morning like this who's tried to drive into Eastleigh through the traffic knows is not a particular popular or wise option. There's enough traffic going into Eastleigh already. When the consultation was undertaken, residents were asked which alternative sites they would use. And about 38% of Fair Oaks residents would go to Bishop's Waltham. And 40% of Bishop's Waltham's residents would come to Fair Oak. The only problem is they're going to close Bishop's Waltham as well. So again, we have this issue that we're dealing with numbers without actually looking at what those numbers mean. Bishop's Waltham, 10% of the population of Bishop's Waltham who expressed a preference would go to Sedgensworth. Otherwise, they go to Hedge End or Fair Oak, both of which are slated for closure. So again, we're looking at asking people a question and then giving them the answer that we want to give them, not listening to the answer they want to give us. So not to ramble on, not to go to great length, all I'm saying is that I think on these issues we need to listen to the views expressed by the Universal Services Select Committee, and particularly in the letters from the Chair, Councillor Oppenheimer, to yourself, asking you to refer these back for further investigation and looking at better ways that we might find the savings that we need to make. Thank you.
Stephen, thanks very much. Just to clarify, it's Councillor McCatter, not Councillor Oppenheimer, who's the Select Committee Chair there. Tim, sorry, yes. Councillor Groves from Chandlersford.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address Cabinet. I'm very concerned about the recommended £7.5 million cut to planned highway maintenance. Many of our roads are in bad condition, causing damage to vehicles. In fact, it was recently reported that Hampshire pays out one of the highest value of compensation claims. Some of the roads are so badly undulating due to settlement that cars are in danger of bottoming out, and there is a need for this planned maintenance. The proposed highway winter maintenance cuts are also of concern. The concern is safety. Review of the treated network is sensible, but the proposed cuts are unwelcome. The Cabinet, I think, needs to consider carefully the recommendation from the Universal Services Select Committee to look holistically on passenger transport before making decisions to reduce or cut funding. It is disappointing to see that this has not been taken into account in the recommendations for Cabinet. The effect on travel to school and adult welfare, including loneliness, social isolation, lack of social interaction, not being able to participate in activities that need public transport to get there, needs taking into account. The danger is consequent deteriorating mental and physical health, requiring more adult social service support and extra cost for the NHS, are fundamental issues that we need to address as a country and as a county. Hampshire is the government-appointed local transport authority. It has a duty to secure the provision of appropriate services to meet public transport requirements within the county, which would not be met without that action. The districts and parishes do not have that duty. The county needs to make it happen. The Stagecoach 61 service from Eastleigh through Albrook, Colden Common, Twyford, and past the Royal Hampshire County Hospital to Winchester is acknowledged by everyone to be a well-used and vital, busy service, and it makes no sense to withdraw funding for that. It's essential it remains. If Hampshire can't make that service work, how can it make any service work? Why is it suggested that funding be withdrawn for that vital service? There seems to be incorrect information in the report. In particular, the Community First 44 Eastleigh to Hiltingbury service is reported as just 1,248 passengers per year, and calculations are based on that figure. I'm advised that that figure was actually exceeded for the single month of September. There were 1,390 passengers in that month. So the annual passenger figures should be more like 16,000 rather than 1,248. Don't make a decision based on incorrect figures. Those passenger numbers have been built up from nothing when the service was withdrawn by a commercial operator and there was no service on this route for a long period. It's now well used and growing, and we need to sustain that and make that happen. You can't, of course, use a bus that's not there. The buses have to be provided. Reducing services will not help to achieve the aims of the new local transport plan the Council has recently adopted. In fact, it will make it less achievable. The Stagecoach 46 service, which from September is reduced to one service per day, which means a return journey cannot be made, makes no sense. No wonder it's not used. Local transport needs improving, not removing, for the sake of individuals, communities, businesses, our economy, climate change and the environment. Removal of funding for taxi share, other passenger transport such as Wheels to Work, and getting rid of companion passes for those who hold a disabled person's bus pass and who need to travel before 9:30 a.m. is very concerning and shouldn't be taken forward. Jointly commissioning passenger transport and school transport in school hours, e.g. between 9 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. makes sense and should be in place. That's, that is progress, but not at the expense of losing services before 9 o'clock in the morning and after 2:30 in the afternoon. Don't make these cuts and limit what our residents can do. Thank you.
Tim, thank you very much. Now another Tim, Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure I call you leader. First of all, may I apologise for my late arrival. There's been a traffic accident on the M3, which led to my late arrival, and therefore some of the things that I say have probably already been mentioned by other people, and I apologise for that. I wish to suggest that you would be mistaken to go ahead with a proposal to close Tier 3 and 4 household waste recycling centres. I speak particularly because we have a HWRC in Hart at Hartley Witney, and it's a Tier 4 tip. Why would you not want to do that? Well, first of all, may I point out that only 8% of respondents thought that would be a good idea, which might suggest a vast majority of respondents, insofar as they had an opinion at all, felt that was not a good idea. The second thing is that I'll speak very specifically about my local HWRC, because it's one, obviously, that I know most about. My area covers a fairly rural part of Hampshire. And it borders on two other counties, Surrey and Berkshire. There are tips available in Surrey and Berkshire, but they're not available to my residents because they're not residents of those counties. And in fact, one of them, at least, the one in Surrey at Camberley, is likely to get a lot more busy shortly, because the tip at Bagshot, there's a consultation out on closing that, which will lead to an increase in usage of the one at Camberley. I want to speak specifically about my local tip, because it's quite widely used by people who live in this area. If you go ahead with closing that and the Tier 3 tip at Aldershot, then it will mean that the one in Farnborough, which would be the obvious alternative for us to use, will become extremely busy. The one in Farnborough has a fairly narrow road access, and in fact, outside at certain times of the day is very, very, very congested. It's very difficult to access it, and people locally will be seriously inconvenienced by that. I was also told some time ago that the proposal actually for the tip at Hartley Witney was actually to relocate it at the top of Star Hill on the A30, which, for those of you who don't know that particular part of Hampshire, and I guess that probably covers a lot of people, would have been a great improvement. There is, however, space at the back of the existing site where you could either relocate it or you could expand the existing site at very low cost. I think that there's major concern about an increase in fly tipping, which of course, obviously, clearing up fly tipping is a responsibility of the District Council. If we go ahead with this, essentially what we're doing is we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We will actually save a very small amount of money, but Hart District will end up paying a great deal more. Hart will also end up as being one of the districts in Hampshire that has no tips whatsoever. I don't think that's equitable. I think it would be unconscionable for that proposal to go ahead, and I think people locally would be extremely upset by it. And that's all I've got to say.
Tim, thank you so much. Next up, also from the north of the county, is Councillor Cooper Rod.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here this morning. I represent Farnborough West, which is in fact in the north of the county. I wish to speak about two items, one of which has just been touched upon, which is the household waste recycling centres at both Hartley Witney and Aldershot, and the knock-on effect that it will have on in my own division, which of Farnborough West, where the Farnborough waste recycling site is located. I don't support the closure of Tier 3 and Tier 4. The effect on the Farnborough site, by the officer's own admission in the report, would potentially put Farnborough over 100% capacity, which personally I don't think is acceptable, and neither do my residents. In previous years, traffic congestion from the Farnborough Waste Recycling Centre has been spilling out onto the main A327 road, causing traffic congestion. Now, there is a solution to hand to this, which officers are aware of, and I think it's something that should be investigated as a matter of urgency. Within the Rushmore area, there is a site called Wellesley, a development of 3,500 houses, where there is provision for a brand spanking new household waste recycling centre. I would support the closure eventually, and only once the new super site was open and fully functional. This in turn would release much needed capital for if the Aldershot and Farnborough sites, as well as the Hartley Witney sites, were then sold off for much needed housing. I think this is the best solution for the issue of household waste recycling in the area. Moving on to the school crossing patrols. Located in my area is a road called Fleet Road. The school crossing patrol on that road has been vacant for the past 4 years, and it is identified as being above the threshold for a crossing patrol. I ask and implore, for the safety of all our children, that we do not cut any further school crossing patrols, and in fact this vacancy needs to be filled as quickly as possible. This particular road has been identified as a road that has a severe speeding problem, with 50% of the traffic going along that road travelling in excess of the statutory 30 miles an hour. If it is decided that eventually the patrol has to be removed, it must, and I stress must, be replaced with either a zebra crossing or a toucan crossing, which would also have the effect of slowing traffic down on this road. My first preference, of course, is that we don't lose any school crossing patrols, because I think they play a vital part in the community, which has also been backed up talking to the headmaster of the local senior school. The area that Fleet Road is in a very tight vicinity, which is nicknamed in the area the Golden Triangle, where 4 schools are. Removing any school crossings at this point, I think, would be the wrong move. Thank you.
Rod, thank you very much. Walking in at the last minute, luckily enough on time, Andy Tree. We've all had traffic problems this morning, Andy. So take a moment if you need to. Okay.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Cabinet members. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address you today. As many of you know, I'm an elected councillor on this council, East Hampshire District Council and Whitehall Town Councils, with a variety of roles on each. Today I'm speaking to you as County Councillor for Whitehall, Borden and Limford, also noting my role as leader of the Whitehall and Borden Community Party, as it's my firm duty to represent the views of residents in my division. My focus today is on Borden Household Waste Recycling Centre. 21% say they would not visit a household waste recycling centre if Borden was closed. Whilst I'm not suggesting these law-abiding citizens would fly tip instead, statistically the risk has to surely go up, and that is then a cost to the District Council. 32% of respondents who use Petersfield Household Waste Recycling Centre said they would use Borden as an alternative. Therefore, it is clear that closing both sites would be detrimental to residents across East Hampshire, who Hampshire County Council should be serving. The report itself describes a concern over a substantial service gap in Appendix B, Borden section, and references the resident-initiated petition that I personally handed in, which received 3,316 signatories. I just want to say thank you to all the residents who signed it so I can share their support today. I was greatly encouraged by the cross-party decision to recommend to Cabinet that it disagrees with the report and its recommendations, and ask Cabinet to consider the alternative arrangements in keeping Tier 3 and Tier 4 household waste recycling centres open, of which Borden is Tier 3. I would ask you to consider the special circumstances of Whitehall and Borden. We were a military town for 100 years, and after the withdrawal and reallocation, we were told by those in power that the town would be regenerated and that this would be a positive step forward. So far, of the 2,400 homes that have been given outline planning permission on MOD land, only about 500 have been completed, and they still have some way to go, along with the new town centre creation. Over 600 homes are currently proposed by the District Council draft local plan, and as we know, such housing numbers may go up following announcements by the new Labour government. Residents are concerned about infrastructure and facilities, and I put to you that the closure of Borden Household Waste Recycling Centre would be a very regressive step forward in terms of Hampshire County Council supporting our town, the surrounding community, and demonstrating commitment to supporting the regeneration of Whitehall and Borden and its surrounding villages. I believe that keeping Whitehall and Borden Household Waste Recycling Centre fully open would show that Hampshire County Council does care about playing its part in supporting our community in terms of infrastructure, facilities, and also supporting recycling. So I make this final plea to you this morning to keep Borden Household Waste and Recycling Centre open. I have very little time to discuss and provide commentary on the other areas, so I'll just be brief and say that I urge any public transport funding cuts or solution to take into account all I have said about our growing town, and crucially that we do not have a train station in our town. I express concern about the state of our roads with the proposed funding cuts, noting that even I have burst a tyre 4 times on different hot potholes in East Hampshire since I became a county councillor in 2021. I urge any cuts to discretionary grants to ensure that the disadvantaged across Hampshire, including my division, are not adversely affected, and I implore you to consider the impact of the withdrawal of homelessness support. I will support commitment to our sacred adult social care, where we have a new director, and I've had the pleasure of visiting some of our wonderful care homes recently. And children's services, noting that our children's services was rated as outstanding by Ofsted in July. Well done to our director, Mr. Ashley, and all staff involved in providing these vital services. And ending on a positive note, be proud of that achievement and for keeping our children as safe as best you can. Thank you.
Andy, thank you so much. So everyone, with that, we come to the end of all of the presentations by our colleagues and by the public deputies. It's 10:25, so we've been here for almost an hour and a half. My suggestion is that we take a 10-minute break, just to let everyone have a comfort break, and then we'll come back at 2:25. Thanks so much. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cabinet meeting. Thanks to all of our colleagues who have spoken, and in particular to Mr. Jones and to, sorry, I've got to look your name up again now, look, Kenna, from Two Saints for your presentations to us, all of which we've taken a number of notes about, and we'll be referring back to them as we go through things. There were 4 themes that were apparent as we went through those various deputations from both the public and from our colleagues. And so it's my intention to bring forward each of those different items, as I mentioned at the beginning. So we'll be starting with the homelessness grants, then we'll move on to passenger transport, then we'll do HWRCs, and then we'll do school crossing patrols, and then we'll go back to the top of the agenda to begin to look at the other ones, which start with highway maintenance, which was the 5th of those that you mentioned in your various presentations. Before I go any further, let me ask our Chief Executive and our Chief Financial Officer to start off with their comments.
Thank you, Leader, and good morning, everybody. So I think the background to this decision-making process is well known, so don't intend to rehearse that. But the one thing I did want to call out was that when we started this savings programme early last year, we were looking at a 2-year budget gap of some £132 million. As the paper states, we're now looking at a figure of at least £175 million. Mainly down to further social care pressures and in particular school transport. I deliberately used the term at least 175 million, so we're seeing this year a further pressures in those areas which are likely to knock through to the forecast that we do for 25-26. So it is highly likely that 175 million could increase. Even if all of the savings that you are looking at today were approved, we would be looking at a total amount of savings of about half of what we're looking for. So we're still significantly adrift of balancing the budget on a sustainable basis for 25-26. I don't need to remind Cabinet that we do have a statutory duty to set a legally balanced budget, and therefore we do need to consider all potential options that go towards closing that. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks very much, Rob. Karen, did you want to add anything? No? Okay, in which case, let me explain how we're going to be running through this. We're going to be running through each of these different items individually. And as I mentioned, we'll be taking those that have been mentioned by the deputies first. Alongside me to my right are the chairs of the various select committees who have spent some considerable time scrutinising these proposals. They have each looked at each of the proposals, and they've also written to the Cabinet, having done so to provide us with their feedback. But I'm going to ask them to summarise their thoughts and to let us know the views of their committees as we come to each of the different items pertinent to each of their committees and the area that they've scrutinised. It has been a little while since we carried out the consultation into each of these proposals earlier this year, but I do want to confirm once again that there are over 14,000 responses, and we have taken into account every single one as we've gone through. The people of Hampshire were fantastic in responding to that consultation. They've given us plenty of things to think about. They've given us plenty of ideas, and we have we were originally going to be looking at these in July, and thanks to the general election, we now find ourselves doing so in October. So that's given us additional time to consider them and to take into account the various thoughts that people put forward at that time. The other thing to say is that these are proposals and recommendations brought forward by our officers, and we should give them absolute credit for the enormous amount of work that's gone into this. None of us wish to be here to make these proposals. None of us wish to have to consider the kind of difficult decisions that we have ahead of us for the rest of the day. And it is to the credit of our exceptional officer team, that they have spent time and enormous amounts of energy in both discussing with our members, talking with the select committees, working within the working groups that informed those decisions, and looking at every alternative that we can to see what we can do differently and where we can mitigate any of the impact that the proposals bring. None of us get elected to do this job, we are elected to do this job, but none of us get elected to do the job of making these kind of decisions. We don't want to have to cut services. Our job is to provide for the residents of Hampshire. But the national situation is such that we find ourselves with cost pressures as a consequence of services that we are unable to we have to provide for our residents, and we are unable to control the cost of them other than the number of people who present themselves to us. So that's where we find ourselves. We have 13 proposals ahead of us to consider, and my suggestion is that we start with homelessness grants. Now, Jess, do come up. Kirsty's going to leave for this one. Do you want to just reconfirm your declaration of interest?
Reconfirm, Leader, thank you. I have an interest in this item as I am the portfolio holder for housing and environmental health on Test Valley Borough Council, and they would be impacted by the proposal. So I will leave now, and you can let me back in afterwards. Thank you.
So we will come and get you in a minute. We're now actually looking at Appendix 10. So this is the 10th item on your list, everybody. Homelessness support services. And Jess, would you like to introduce the item for us?
Is that better? Hello, I'm Jess Hutchinson, Director of Hampshire Adults Health and Care. Appendix 10 sets out the context of the proposal to end County Council funding for homelessness support services, providing information about the services affected, the alternative support available, as well as the legal duties in relation to this service area. It can be found on page 515 in the public pack. It outlines the consultation process, summarises the feedback received, and responds to the key issues and describes the mitigations available. As the leader referred, these proposals have been rigorously scrutinised through a member working group and subsequent scrutiny committee meeting. Thank you.
Jess, thank you very much. Now let me invite Councillor Withers, Bill Withers, who can tell us how the Health and Social Care Select Committee deliberated on this point.
Thank you, Leader. On the 17th of September this year, the HAS met and the committee scrutinised the SP25 proposals on homelessness support services, which is being considered today on Monday the 14th of October. On behalf of the committee, I wrote to you advising you that the Select Committee did not support all the recommendations, and on homelessness in respect, it stated the following recommendations: that the County Council gives notice that the 6 contracts and 3 grants arrangements in place for these homelessness services will come to an end at the expiry date of the contracts and grants arrangements on the 31st of March 2026. That the Adults Health and Care ensures that anyone using County Council funded homelessness support services who would be impacted now and in the future years by this proposal has access to a Care Act assessment. And 3, that the County Council monitors the service impact of changes to services, specifically the number of Care Act assessments and the cost of any alternative services put in place by the County Council to meet the eligible care needs of people currently using the services, and to report back to the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee after an agreed time period. Those were our amendment recommendations, Leader.
Bill, thank you very much. So let me ask Liz now to introduce the item and her thoughts on it.
Leader, if I can just mention one other aspect to do with that, and that was the fact that we did also write to the Chairman of Universal Services with regards to the community transport project, in the sense that the impact it would have on our elderly population in towns, rural areas and urban areas, and the most vulnerable people in society.
So what I'm going to do in a moment when we come to that item, which is next, Bill, is I'll come back to each of the three committees that looked at it because of its cross-cutting nature. So we'll let you, each of you and Juliet, come back to us at that point. Sorry, Liz.
Thank you. I have heard and listened to the concerns of the Select Committee and from Two Saints and to all the deputies, so thank you all very much. But it would be remiss of me not to mention that homelessness and housing are functions of the districts and the boroughs, and we should not therefore be in this space when there is so much pressure on our core services. However, we are working hard to build new partnerships with our district and borough colleagues, and I've heard their concerns at the early ending of this contract. Removing the grants mid-term does not provide our colleagues with time to prepare for change. Therefore, I believe we should honour the contract term and let it run to the end of the contract. And I have, if I may suggest, Leader, a few amendments to the recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Liz. So that's Councillor Liz Fairhurst, who's the lead member. Do you have a seconder for your recommendation? So Russell Oppenheimer will second for you. What we'll do just for a moment then, because we have an alternative recommendation or an amendment, we need to project it up onto the wall so that everyone can see it. So if we just pause the webcast for a moment, we'll sort the technicalities out and then we'll come back in just 1 minute once that's ready. So, Liz, would you like to read out your amendment while we're just getting the technical part up to speed?
Thank you. In Appendix A, Recommendation 1, that the County Council does not end funding for homelessness support services, also known as social inclusion services, on the 30th of April 2025. Recommendation 2, that the County Council gives 6 months' notice to terminate the 6 contracts and 3 grant agreements in place for those services to bring these contracts and grant agreements to an end on the 31st of March 2026, thus continuing
their payment to the end of the contract term. And I'd like to add a further one, number 3, that Cabinet notes the concerns raised by the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee and agrees that adults' health and care ensures that anyone using County Council funded homelessness support services who would be impacted now and in future years by this proposal has access to a Care Act assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. So we're just going to project that up onto the wall, hopefully. So I should just explain that we've got a slight technical hitch with getting what we need to do is to project the wording of the amendment up onto the screen here in the room so that everyone in the room can see it. So we're just putting that together. There's a slight problem with it. So if you're watching online, please bear with us. Absolutely fine. So we're going to take another short break while we just sort out the technicalities here. Okay, so thank you for bearing with us, everybody. We've now got the proposed amendment up on the screen. It's been duly proposed by Councillor Fairhurst, Liz Fairhurst, and seconded by Russell Oppenheimer. Russell, do you want to say anything in support of the proposed amendment?
Just to say, I think this is a good amendment because it's proportionate. It gives us time to work with districts and boroughs and for them to take on some of these services post 2026. So I'm happy to second the amendment.
Super, thank you. Do any of my other colleagues wish to say anything in response to this? No? All good. Let me therefore say a couple of words, if I may. Kenneth, thank you so much for coming and talking to us. And I know that at the Select Committee as well, you were present and spoke passionately there about the impact that the removal of the grants might have on the process. In a sense, I'm sorry that we're talking about it now in October. It would be much better had we been able to talk about it in July. And obviously with the general election that came along, we weren't able to do that. In terms of the comments that were made by everybody, I think it's very clear that housing and homelessness is a function of the districts and boroughs. And as a consequence of that, it's something that long term, it's not an area that the county council can continue to support unless our funding situation changes. Now that's of regret to us all, but at the end of the day, it's where we are. But to make the change now for next March, I think seems to me equally to be disproportionate, as Russell has said. We are taking the first steps in terms of looking at ways by which we can better help the people that are in care and have a more joined up approach, and this is part of it, working with the districts and boroughs, of whom some of the county members who have spoken here today are also members and are indeed leaders of councils, is integral to that. Providing time for us to do that and providing time for the housing departments of the districts and boroughs to properly prepare for this change is, I think, something that's vital. I've been a housing portfolio holder myself in Test Valley, and I know how hand to mouth that existence can be. Our housing departments in all of our districts are entirely dependent upon the grants they receive from government, or almost entirely dependent upon them, and those grants are inevitably time limited, and they wait to hear what the next grant settlement will be before they're able to confirm their services. A change in the system for them that gives them a much greater sense of certainty and a much longer view of how they can manage their services is, I think, vital. But unfortunately, that's not in our hands, that's in the hands of the government, and I hope that's something they might consider either in the budget or when they consider the spending review next year. The final thing to say is that I think it's both salient but also concerning and shocking that 16% of the people who use 2 Saint services have come through the care system. And that, I think, is indicative of why prevention needs to be absolutely at the key of what we're doing going forward. That's something that we are already working upon. We are talking with the NHS and with the Office of the PCC to see how we can do that better. And we have emerging plans that we'll be bringing forward over the next few months to do that. Only as a system can all of the public sector better serve our residents and the most vulnerable people in society. And the homeless are probably the most vulnerable people in many ways with whom we deal. And therefore working together better has got to be the way to do that. So it's duly proposed by Liz, seconded by Russell. Can I ask my colleagues, all of those in favour of the amended motion? Okay, so that is carried. We don't have to vote on the amendment and then vote on the substance. No. Okay. So homelessness support services will continue until the 31st of March 2026, the original contract term. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll go and get Kirsty and ask her to come back in the room. Sorry, Jess, thank you. Thank you for all of your work on this as well. Our next one topic that we're going to look at passenger transport, and Patrick Blogg is here to introduce that for us. Good morning, Patrick.
Thank you, Leader. Good morning, members. So my name is Patrick Blogg. I'm the Director of Universal Services. So Appendix 3 in the pack is the proposal for passenger transport. It contains 6 recommendations in paragraphs 2 to 7, including the removal of discretionary revenue funding for the services identified, and to approve a revised approach in which both community transport and school transport are jointly commissioned and delivered together, thereby maintaining a level of service to meet the transport needs of older and disabled people whilst reducing the funding required for school transport. A significant point of note is, as a result of the feedback from the Future Services consultation, particularly the potential impacts on older and disabled people, significant changes have been made to the proposals that were previously consulted on. You will see in the paper the revised proposals have lower levels of service reductions and the implementation of a revised approach that jointly commissions and delivers both passenger transport and school transport services. In paragraph 43, it includes the principal themes and concerns raised as part of the consultation, but I would reiterate that the proposals in the report in front of you have significantly changed as a result of this feedback. You will see in the same table that responses are included based upon the revised proposals. So in summary, by proposing these changes, savings can still be made whilst at the same time ensuring that the County Council is meeting its legislative duties and providing a more efficient and joined-up approach to community transport and supported services. That was all I was planning to cover by way of introducing the paper. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you very much. Now, let me turn to our colleagues from the select committees. This proposal was, although it was owned by the Universal Services Select Committee, both Children and Young People and Health and Adult Social Care committees looked at it as well. So let me ask our colleagues to provide us with the feedback from each of their committees. I'll start with Children and Young People, and Juliet, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you very much, Leader. I would just like to share, as Select Committee Chair, my comments I made to the Select Committee Chair of the Universal Services Committee. As our Leader stated, I'm Juliet Henderson. I'm Chairman of the Children and Young People Select Committee, and we wrote to Councillor McAtta to outline our concerns, and we felt that we should look holistically at the question of transport, considering SEND pupils, school transport, adult social care and community transport. We felt a wider piece of work was needed and that we're not using our transport budgets efficiently. We feel that there's a commonality with adult social care transport, school transport and community transport, which could result in overall savings for the county's transport budget. And we felt that given the escalating costs of school transport, this wider piece of work was needed. So I therefore would like to turn to my colleague, Councillor McAtta, who can outline the Select Committee's findings.
Super. Thanks so much. Bill, Councillor Withers, would you like to give us the feedback from Health and Adult Social Care?
Thank you, Leader. On behalf of the HAS Committee, I also wrote to the Chairman of the Universal Services and stating the impact it would have on both our elderly population in Hampshire and the most vulnerable, and including children's services. And I think the point's been well made by the Chairman of Children's Services, and that we both thoroughly agree that we should look at that area very seriously and how we're going to perform in the future.
Thank you very much. So both of those select committees wrote to Councillor McAtta, Rob, who is the Chairman of the Universal Services Select Committee, who also scrutinised this proposal. So Rob, your feedback, please.
Thank you, Leader. The Universal Services Select Committee met on the 19th of September to discuss these proposals and the recommendations from the officers. I'm very grateful to many of my committee members who've turned up today to make deputations, and the strength of the feeling they expressed in those was equally expressed in the discussions that we had. As a result of those discussions, the Select Committee has made 6 recommendations to the Cabinet for today. 2 of those were in line with the recommendations made by the officers, and I'll go through all 6 of these recommendations. The first one is noting the outcome of the 2024 Future Services Consultation in relation to the proposals on the future of the passenger transport provision, and obviously we're very grateful for all the residents that contributed to that. I note down there's over 5,500 people contributed to that, and we're very grateful for the Hampshire residents for that. The secondly was to note the changes to the proposals that were set out in the Future Services Consultation, as Mr Blogg has mentioned, as detailed, which are in the report that is attached to this item. The 4 new recommendations were in order. In view of the representations received from the Chairman of the Children and Young Persons and Health and Adult Services Select Committee, as you've just heard, the Universal Services Committee requested the Cabinet to look again at, holistically, the passenger transport proposal before making any decisions. We like the word that had been made by the Young Persons and Children and Young Persons Committee Chairman on that. We thought that was a very appropriate word. The next recommendation was that the Universal Services Committee request the Cabinet to consider the impact of passenger transport on all the services affected by the proposals in order to achieve a more joined-up service for all children and adults and to ensure efficient use of council resources. This should ideally include home-to-school transport. The next recommendation was that the Cabinet reviews the effect on all services to ensure social care service users are not adversely impacted, especially those with special needs and disability, but also considers the effect of withdrawing those services on mental health, loneliness and rural communities. And our final recommendation was, should any decision to reduce passenger transport be made, the Select Committees, all 3 of the Select Committees affected by those decisions, review the impact on the service and service users 6 months after the decision is made. So those are our 6 recommendations. Thank you.
Rob, thank you very much. Let me ask the lead member for Universal Services, Kirsty, to say a few words about this item.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you very much to our Select Committee chairs. We've had strong representation today. Thank you to Mr Jones for his deputation, and by Councillors Porter, Wallace and Groves, who all specifically chose to come and speak to us about community transport this morning. And by the many members of public who rely on these services, who have been making their own representations to us all by email. We've heard concerns from our Select Committee chairs about unintended consequences of removing these services, and recognise the calls for a holistic approach which has come from these Select Committees. We want to ensure there is no impact on other areas of the Council when looking at these proposals, and that the cost of this is not shunted to other areas of the wider public purse. We will therefore ensure that there is a further review of the impact, or I would like to ensure that there's a further review of the impact, Chairman, and include school transport, community-led transport, and consider the needs of our most vulnerable adults when looking for a one-service approach. And I would like to propose an amendment under that vein, if possible.
Okay, so that's. Do you want to read out your amendment?
Yes. Why? Shall I do that now, Chairman?
Yes, I think that's probably best.
Okay. I understand it may appear on the screen as well. We hope. Okay. So my amendments, or the recommendations I would like to put forward would be as follows. I will read the whole thing in its entirety, and that's number 1, to note the outcome of the 2024 Future Services Consultation in relation to the proposals on the future of passenger transport provision. 2, to note the changes to the proposals that were set out in the Future Services Consultation as detailed within this report as a result of the responses received. 3, to approve the removal of the following County Council revenue funding totalling £587,000 as detailed within the report and based on the results of the consultation. That's the Connect Taxi Share Services, the local bus services and other passenger transport savings. Number 4 is to approve a revised approach in which both community transport and school transport are jointly commissioned and delivered together. thereby maintaining a level of service to meet the transport needs of older and disabled people whilst reducing the funding required for school transport. And this would generate a further approximate saving of £500,000 per annum for the County Council. Now we get to number 5, which is that Cabinet notes the concerns of the chairs of the Children and Young People and Health and Adult Social Care Select Committees and of the Universal Services Select Committee, and their request for Cabinet to look again holistically at the passenger transport proposal before making any decisions. Cabinet also notes the Universal Services Select Committee request that Cabinet considers the impact of passenger transport on all the services affected by the proposals in order to achieve a more joined-up service for all children and adults and to ensure efficient use of council resources. This should ideally include home-to-school transport. Cabinet agrees that a review should be taken of the effect on all services to ensure social care service users are not adversely impacted, especially those with special needs and disability, but also considers the effect of withdrawing these services on mental health, loneliness and rural communities. Finally, number 6, that authority is delegated to the Director of Universal Service to take all necessary steps, including entering into contractual arrangements in consultation with the Head of Legal Services and fulfilling procurement requirements to implement the proposed changes to passenger transport services as set out in this report, once approval has been obtained from the Executive Lead Member for Universal Services, post the concerns identified in paragraph 5 having been addressed. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we've dropped point 6 off the bottom of that, of what's on the screen, but that's okay. We can manage that. Do you have a seconder for your proposal? Yep. The Councillor Bauer. Great. Okay. Can we just take one moment? So I think I just need to check on what's on the screen and what we do with that. Hang on a moment, because it's not all there. So I think what we need to do, if we could just take a moment, we just need to make sure that we've got all of the wording up there correct. So if we can just take a moment to pause things, we'll come back to you in one moment. So thanks for bearing with us on this one. Patrick, the effect of carrying out a review as suggested by the select committees in what is paragraph 7 behind you, what effect does that have on our ability to look at the savings that we're proposing to make? Can that review be completed in the timescale to still deliver on those, should we conclude that they were not going to impact in the way that the select committees fear?
Yes, thank you, Leader. The reality is, to do that review would take probably 12 to 18 months, realistically, and therefore I think it would impact on the ability to take the savings in the timeframes that we made. What I would say in respect of a review is quite a lot of that work was undertaken as part of a holistic review in the new proposals set out in the report in front of you. So a lot of that consideration has already been given as part of that work at looking at community transport and school transport services.
Okay, and the work that's ongoing in terms of looking at school transport services and community services and bringing them together in such a way that they are much better aligned, that work is ongoing. That's something that we are confident will be able to mitigate for some, if not all, of the removal of services that we're talking about there?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so we've got it duly proposed and seconded. I would suggest a further amendment to the amendment, which is that we take out paragraph 7, because that essentially what that does is to remove the potential for these savings from the process at the moment. But what we will be doing is looking at their impact and looking once again to check that absolutely all of the work that we've done so far to check that the mitigation is correct is there for people. Sorry, Rob, would you like to come back in?
Nick, can I ask for some clarification about the timings of items 4 and 5 and 3? Does this suggest that the revised approach and the concerns raised happen before the implementation of recommendation 3, and therefore implementation of recommendation 3 is sometime in the future rather than today?
My understanding would be that the implementation of recommendation 3 falls at the beginning of the financial year. So it doesn't happen until April of next year, in which case we have time in which to carry out that check and that.
Thank you, Nick. Can I follow up? And if it's not completed by that, is that time at the beginning of the financial year set in stone, or does that depend on the completion of the new revised approach?
Patrick, I would imagine that depends entirely upon the contracts that we have in place with the bus companies. And so it'd be a matter of having to look and see how that works. So what we could do is if we were to keep 7 in, but agree that that review was carried out alongside implementation to make sure that any service changes were any impacts were then adjusted for in the work that we're doing with the community transport providers and with our own services. So we would just need to put in the words that a review should be taken both pre and post implementation. So that covers the 12-month period you're talking about. That would be acceptable. Yeah. Is that acceptable to select committees?
I feel that's in line with what we recommended. Thank you.
Select proposer and seconder. So we're putting in at number 7 review should be taken alongside implementation. There we go.
Yeah.
Does that work? Happy with the word alongside?
Comfortable with that, thank you very much.
Just about read it.
Yeah. Debate from anybody else? Okay. Yep, Lily.
Thank you. I'd just like to add my words to the ones from Patrick, and that is that we have started this work in the summer, talking about the passenger transport, etc. And I'm confident, I'm positive that we can really work in a holistic, to quote Councillor McAtter, innovative way and bring forth some change. We've already seen it in our discussions in July, and we have our next meeting next month to talk about strategic transport. So it is very much being worked as we speak. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Any, Steve?
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted to provide my support to this and make one comment, which is obviously our school transport costs are rising very significantly. I'm just conscious that this puts us in a much stronger position by looking at it holistically than we are at the moment. Insofar as our negotiations with transport providers, we're very aware that they control the market at the moment. And we have developments where we look to provide new transport, and sometimes we get no bidders from the transport providers unless they are profiteering. And I think this will put us in a much stronger position, looking at it holistically, using our leverage and coordinating our activities. So I am totally supportive of what's proposed.
Thank you. Any other comments from colleagues? No? A couple of comments from me. Thank you, Patrick, for all the hard work on this one. This is probably the most complex of all the decisions that we have to make, because the landscape and the system of public transport is incredibly complex. We provide all sorts of support. We have some of our own services, and as Steve has said, the greatest pressure on us is the increasing cost of school transport, most particularly for those who have special educational need. Finding a way by which we can use our resources as effectively as possible is the important piece of work that we're doing, and we've started that already, and that started earlier in the summer. In order that we do that, we need to consider all of the different options. We also need to talk to various different providers, both commercial and community. The complexity of the system is such that it's very difficult to be able to work in the way that the government suggests that we do at the moment. They've talked about us introducing bus franchising, and that works in places that are more urban, where there is a lot of competition amongst the different bus companies, but unfortunately in somewhere like Hampshire, where each of the different bus companies tends to have their own geography, the consequence of that is that there's very little competition, and it doesn't necessarily help us. The different pots of money that come towards us are also complicated and come with various strings attached. And one of the examples of that is when you heard the presentations from our colleagues, they talked about BSIP, which is the Bus Service Improvement Plan. That's money from government that is given to us to support services to try and make them commercial. And one of the services that we have all heard from, and that I hope we'll be able to look at in some detail, is that number 61 service, which runs from Eastleigh up to Winchester and goes through Caldon Common and Twyford. That's a very good example of a service whereby actually in the scheme of this, we're talking about a reduction of around £40,000 if we were to make a saving against that service. In fact, what's not included in that is over £100,000 of BSIP money that also supports the service. And it's there in order to try and support the service through to commercial sustainability. And I'm afraid the simple fact is that it isn't at the minute. So my message to everybody who is concerned about that service is to use it. Because if you use the bus and if you take advantage of the fact that we're still in a place where you can take any journey for £2, then they become sustainable and we keep the services and we get all of the benefits that we all want from them. But at the end of the day, it is incredibly difficult for the county council to be able to keep supporting services when they are not used and they are not commercial. It's far easier for us to look at the community bus network and to find ways by which we can support those services to help people reach, the most vulnerable people, reach the services they need, not least access to the Royal Hampshire Hospital in Winchester, which we heard concern about. So that will be part of our review. That's what we'll be doing. You've got the recommendation here. We've got there in the end in terms of getting to the wording right. Can I ask my colleagues whether you're happy to support that recommendation? All those in favour? Okay, that's carried. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere, Patrick, because I think you're up next. So we're now going to move on to the HWRCs. So in your agenda, that is somewhere. It's item 7, Appendix 7. And Appendix 7 is on pages 361 to 444. So, Patrick, over to you again.
Thank you, Leader. Appendix 7 is for household waste recycling centres. It contains 4 recommendations, including the removal of up to £1.6 million budget provision for waste and resource management to move the service towards a legal minimum service level, taking into account statutory obligations and statutory and non-statutory guidance. It also recommends the closure of HWRCs in Tiers 3 and Tiers 4, as described in Table 1 of the report, on a structured, phased basis. Now, there is considerable detail contained within the report, but key points of note include that the County Council has 24 household waste and recycling centres, which is a greater network than anywhere else in the UK. And also, other than requirements in the Environmental Protection Act 1990, there are no further statutory guidelines on the way in which HWRC service should be provided. Now, there is non-statutory guidance used by local authorities which outlines best practice provision for HWRC networks. And we've done extensive modelling of our network, which has been carried out against this guidance. More than 10,000 responses were received to the HWRC proposals in the Future Services consultation. A key theme was the perception that fly tipping would increase and also that alternative sites would be unable to cope with the increased demand. Responses to these are addressed within the report, but worth noting that there is no evidence to suggest that changes to the HWRC service would lead to an increase in fly tipping, which is not the experience of other local authorities who have implemented similar measures. Now, whilst the recommendations would result in a reduction in the current provision, the proposal would still ensure Hampshire is within the legal duty and recommended guidelines outlined in the non-statutory advice. The County Council is also clear that it remains open, where practicable, to consider approaches from external organisations interested in alternative delivery models for sites at risk of closure, providing that required savings can be achieved and the County Council does not retain a responsibility linked to its natural waste disposal obligations. A phased or staggered implementation will ensure the service can adapt to such changes and that the impact of the changes can be minimised. That was all I was planning to cover by way of introducing the paper. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you very much. Rob, would you like to give the Select Committee feedback?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. On the 26th of September, the University Service Select Committee spent the whole morning discussing this proposal. We had a significant number of representations from councillors, as we indeed have had today. This is an issue that resulted in 10,750 responses from our residents about the potential closure of the tips. It's an incredibly emotive issue, and it's an issue on which the committee did not agree with the recommendation put forward by the officers. We made 2 recommendations to Cabinet, and I'll read both of them out. We noted the outcome of the future service consultation in relation to the proposals for the future of the HWRCs, and we disagreed with the report and its recommendations that asked the Cabinet to consider alternative arrangements keeping Tier 3 and Tier 4 HWRCs open. The second recommendation was that alternative arrangement proposals come back to a future meeting of the Universal Service Select Committee to further scrutinise the outcomes before any recommendation is made to close any HWRC site in Hampshire. The unanimous view of the committee was that, if possible, the Cabinet should vote to keep all Tier 3 and Tier 4 HWRCs open. Thank you.
Rob, thanks very much. Lulu, Councillor Bowman. Yeah, you're the executive member responsible.
Thank you very much, Nick. As I'm sure my Cabinet colleagues and everybody in this room are aware, this proposal has probably been the most contentious of the consultations this year. We've heard the concerns raised by the many thousands of residents who've contacted us about the proposed closures of sites, and we've listened to the debates of the Universal Services Select Committee members. Also, the various deputations from across the county this morning, raising some very valid points, and I thank all those who made the journey, very difficult journey this morning due to the traffic. We recognise that closing some of these sites would leave large areas of the county unserved by conveniently accessible HWRCs and create additional vehicle journeys and inconvenience as a result. The increase of fly tipping has also been raised. Hampshire County Council has ambitious plans for the future with regards to recycling, following the guidance of Simpler Recycling, with plans to build a new materials recovery facility, a MRF, in Eastleigh. We also have an aspiration to work towards a Hampshire Waste Partnership with our district and borough colleagues in their role as waste collection authorities. So it is best to keep our options open with regards to waste collection and disposal and create flexibility in our systems. Other possibilities for supporting the function of HWRCs should also be considered if the government would allow them. For example, charging for premium slots, assistance at sites, a small booking charge even for every visitor. All of which would make the system not just sustainable, but would also allow for some investments in our sites. I thank Councillor McAtter and the Universal Services Committee for the recommendations that they've made. And I would also like to add 2 further recommendations, amendments of my own. And if I can put those forward, or if they will come up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you.
So I think read them out, then we can work on popping them up on the screen.
So, Cabinet further notes the concern of Universal Services Select Committee and their recommendations that there should be no closures of the HWRCs. Cabinet further notes the progress towards a revised and improved waste and recycling system, including the construction of the MRF at Eastleigh, the work towards identifying a whole system cost for Hampshire waste and recycling system, and the potential, once completed, for an improved and better recycling and integrated waste partnership between the county councils and the districts, boroughs and city council. Thank you.
And I think there's a you need to do you've got 2 more, another one you've got to remove.
Apologies. My fault. And number 3, consequently, Cabinet does not agree to the closures of HWRCs in Tier 3 and Tier 4, as set out in Table 1, Paragraph 23, and requests that they be included in the countrywide review of waste and recycling to be reported to Cabinet once the revised Simpler Recycling process has been implemented. That's it, isn't it? That's it.
Super. Then that's... So you're proposing that, and a seconder?
Very happy to second that, Chairman. Thank you.
Do you wish to mention or sorry, speak in support of that, Kirsty?
Yes, please. Thank you. It's been really clear under this proposal the strength of feeling from the public in all 12 areas that the tier 3 and 4 sites sit within. The media coverage which we've received since the public consultation was launched, and the number of councillors that have come along to our meeting today, as Councillor Bowman referenced. I think whilst it's not clear the government's approach to the existing simpler recycling plans, what we do know is their clear indication that they wish to increase housing targets, and the impact that will have on all of our existing sites as more residents attend our existing HWRCs does make this proposal short-sighted, because we are working off an increased amount of people and traffic movements to our existing sites, and we should not be taking them away at this time. We need to look at the whole-scale change for the whole of waste, whether that's simpler recycling in the same guise or not. We wait to hear from our Labour government on that, and look at all the proposals in the round and keep our existing, as Councillor Bowman says, convenient sites, and they are convenient for our residents that use them predominantly in our rural areas. And I very much support the recommendation and the changes that Councillor Bowman has put forward to that vein. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we've got the proposal up on the screen. Can I ask whether any of my colleagues wish to say anything? So Zoe and then Russell.
Just very briefly, Chair, as a Cabinet Member for Climate Change, once again, I very much support these, but once again, I'm really delighted to demonstrate that we have listened and listened to those concerns of the cause and effect, the impact of greater journeys, the concerns regarding fly tipping, and I think, our wider aspirations, once we understand more of the simpler recycling plans and our own aspirations, is that we do have that aspiration to increase our recycling rates and improve those recycling rates. And with that will come education and support for our boroughs and our districts. Thank you.
Russell?
Thank you, Leader. So I want to say a few things about the Petersfield HWRC, which was Tier 3, but I'm very conscious that a lot of these things apply to other HWRCs as well, as we've heard during all the deputations and the comments this morning. East Hampshire actually had the highest number of responses during the Future Services consultation, and I'm conscious that that was in large part because of the number of responses that came from Petersfield, and it was very clear from talking to people in Petersfield, in parish meetings and town meetings, that there was a lot of concern about the proposal to close the Petersfield HWRC. People in Petersfield, like many people in Hampshire, want to recycle as much as possible, and they want to dispose of their waste responsibly. I heard three things in particular. I heard that people were concerned about the extra emissions that would come from driving somewhere else. People were concerned about the extra fly tipping, and quite often I would sort of make the point that there's no evidence that fly tipping would increase, but a lot of the time people just flatly didn't believe that that was the case. There was extreme concern about fly tipping in the beautiful countryside. And there was a third thing that came up a lot, which was the unsuitability of the road network to Alton. It's a long, windy, steep road. Many people find it difficult to drive, and it goes through Selborne, a historic village, and people just didn't want to have to contemplate driving to Alton to dispose of rubbish. So for all these reasons, I'm going to be supporting the amended proposals today. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank officers for the hard work that has gone into the reports that's, I know, taken over a year. It was good work, it was detailed work, and it wasn't in vain. We've learned a lot about the particular issues that affect each HWRC and the utilisation of all the different HWRCs in Hampshire. That work is going to be useful when it comes to the next stage, which is working more closely with districts and boroughs to figure out how we can achieve cost savings across Hampshire. And I think that that's going to be very important. So, you know, I think whilst we are not taking forward the recommendation to close, I do want to stress that the work has been good, valuable work, which will be useful going forward. Thank you.
Russell, thank you. Ros would like to say something as well.
Thank you, Leader. Just to say, I fully support the new recommendations on this, but also I want to highlight actually the youth engagement that we had in this proposal from the members of our youth parliament who felt really, really strongly about this when we had our workshop many, many months ago. And I think there's a piece of work that we can do actually with our youngsters about some education going forward about how to better reuse items, how to recycle better, and I look forward to that being part of this work as well.
Steve.
Thank you. I also fully support these recommendations. One of the things we do continue to focus on is actually just reducing waste, because actually that's probably the simplest cure. But I was really pleased that there was a theme that came through very clearly on a cross-party basis for what we're now putting through. And it was really good to get the feedback, particularly the feedback from Councillors Cooper and Davies, who spoke very eloquently about the issues we have in North East Hampshire, and even went as far as putting some ideas forward. And it's always good to have constructive ideas. I think what we have here is something that is reasonable, which is pragmatic, but is still going to deliver us the cost efficiencies that we need, albeit in a slightly longer term. So I fully support these. And I thank those officers and all those who've been involved in this work.
Okay. No one else wants to say anything? A final comment from me. I'd like to echo that thanks, actually, because this is perhaps one of the trickiest items, not least because of the public impact, but also because it's not one where there is a very clear piece of information or guidance from government that tells us exactly what our core service should look like on this matter. So we've had to attempt to work out for ourselves what it might look like. Then we've put it in front of people and we've listened to them. And it's very clear to me that the public do not support this process. It's equally clear, however, that people wish to recycle as much as they possibly can. And having a system where we can be as ambitious as possible is what is most important to us now. When Project Integra, which is the system that we currently all work together using to manage waste in Hampshire, was put together, it was cutting edge. But that now was something like 25 years ago. And what we need to do is to move forward at pace, understanding what the government wants from us by way of simpler recycling, to create a system that will deliver the kind of recycling rates that we know the people of Hampshire want. So I'm completely in support of us keeping all of the HWRCs open. I think it was, again, a really good piece of work. The one thing I would say is that I agree entirely with the point of view that this would not increase fly tipping, and I think it's potentially offensive to the people who use the HWRCs on a regular basis to suggest that if you couldn't access your local tip, you would go and dump waste in the countryside. Those are not the people who fly tip. The people who fly tip are those who take waste away without the correct licensing, in my experience. So, good piece of work. We now put this forward into a wider piece of work that talks to our districts and boroughs who collect the waste, who then deliver the waste to the county council for us to then deal with. And we need to work to find a way by which we can all manage things much better. And while that work is done, this will be something that takes not weeks or months, but probably some years. It's entirely right that we keep these HWRCs open. We continue to review how they work, perhaps, to make sure that they keep up with those changes that will inevitably come through. But we would want to keep the same network that we have until such time as we know how those new proposals will impact them. So all of those in favour for saving the HWRCs. Great. That's unanimously carried. Thank you very much, colleagues. And sorry, Patrick has to stay in the hot seat, I'm afraid. So we move on to school crossing patrols. Patrick, would that be okay, please?
Okay, thank you, Leader. So school crossing patrols. Appendix 4 is the proposal for school crossing patrols. It contains 5 recommendations in paragraphs 2 to 6, including withdrawing the school crossing patrol service at 17 sites, comprising 14 sites that do not meet the criteria for justifying a school crossing patrol, and 3 sites that already have safe alternative measures in place for children to cross the road without the requirement for a school crossing patrol in accordance with the County Council's policy. It also includes a recommendation that a further 156 sites, including 4 that have been vacant for more than 4 years, are reviewed to assess whether suitable alternative measures that are financially viable could be put in place for children to cross the road safely. The paper covers a lot of detail, but some points of note include that whilst the County Council has a duty to promote road safety, there is no specific legal requirement to provide school crossing patrols. And that, for sites that meet the criteria to justify a school crossing patrol, if we were unable to make this safe without alternative measures, the school crossing patrol would remain. The proposal is to only withdraw school crossing patrols at sites that do not meet the criteria or where alternative measures are put in place. That was all I was planning to cover by way of my introduction to the paper. Thank you.
Super, thanks very much, Patrick. Rob, review from the Select Committee, please.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. The Select Committee met on the 23rd of September to discuss this, and I particularly want to say thank you to St Mark's School, who made a deputation that day. It was a joy to have school children and PTA members come and speak to us as councillors. And if anyone is watching this online and wants to come and make deputations involving schools, it is absolutely welcomed by all councillors that children get involved in local democracy. So I'm incredibly grateful for the people who organised that and for the way those young children addressed the committee. I'm sure it's quite intimidating for them, but they did an extremely good job. At our meeting, we obviously studied the proposals put forward by the officers. The feeling was quite strong amongst many councillors about school crossing patrols, and though we agreed with the gist of what the officers' report made, we made some specific recommendations that slightly go against the recommendations that have been put forward. I'm going to read out the recommendations for the Cabinet today. The first one was to note the outcome of the consultation in relation to the proposals made. The second one, and I think this was the key thing that we disagreed with the officers about, was that we deferred the decision to save £114,000 from the 17 sites that did not meet the criteria for justifying a school crossing patrol until further detailed site assessments have been carried out. Thirdly, the detailed work which Mr Blogg mentioned has been done to assess all the current sites, and when it's carried out, it returns to the Universal Service Committee for pre-scrutiny. And the fourth one is that authority is permitted through the Executive Member for Highways and Waste Decision Day, rather than through delegated authority to the Director of Universal Services, to ensure the transparency of that decision being made. So come back to the Cabinet, to the Committee for Scrutiny, and do it in a very public way. Thank you.
Rob, thank you very much. So this is one for Lulu again.
It is indeed, Leader, thank you. And this is, of course, another highly contentious and emotive area as well. And I was also very pleased to see the children come from St Mark's School. And you're never too young to be involved in democracy, as Councillor McCatter said. We have a duty to ensure children to get to school safely, but not necessarily to provide school crossing patrols. We know that these are often difficult positions to fill, so recruiting crossing patrol staff is challenging. I was recently in Lymington, and a school there had a vacancy for a school crossing patrol for over a year with no applications. We therefore want to review the entire network, looking at places where there should be school crossing patrols, but we have not been able to recruit, and considering if hard crossings, such as zebra crossings or pelican crossings, can be put in place. We also want to work with schools to see if there are other potential solutions. We need to be innovative. School crossing patrols are an integral part of our school systems, but they are not the only solution to our being able to ensure children get to school safely. And while this is a lovely traditional way for school children to cross the roads, I'm sure we all have memories of this, it is unreliable as fewer people wish to take up this role. Investment in formal crossings will ensure our children's safety for years to come. It is proposed that a review will begin into more than 170 school crossing patrol sites to identify whether hard crossings could eventually be installed as an alternative to manned crossings as and when the posts become vacant. The first sites to be reviewed will be the 30 that currently have not been filled, as the council has not been able to recruit anyone to the role. Thank you to Councillor McCatter and the Universal Services Select Committee and for the recommendations that you have put forward. I may, if I could, just put forward one of my own as well. And that is that Cabinet agrees to defer the decision to save 0.114 million from the 17 sites that do not meet the criteria for justifying a school crossing patrol until further detailed site assessments have been carried out. Thank you.
And just to confirm that, so that replaces paragraph 2.
That would become paragraph 2. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Seconder?
Yes, Chairman, I second that proposal.
Would you like to speak to the proposal?
Yes, please. Thank you. I too wanted to draw upon the deputation that was made to the Universal Services Select Committee, and I think everyone that was there found it really powerful, and that was by Jackson, Sophia and Harry from St Mark's School in Basingstoke, and I know Councillor Reid also referred to it in his own comments, but thank you to those that came along and made that deputation. We also heard today from Councillor Wallace, Hare, Porter, Broomfield and Cooper, and the strength of feeling amongst councillors was very much received, that these are well-loved parts of our community, but as Councillor Bauman has said, it can be a real challenge to recruit them, and we do need to find solutions. It was interesting that Councillor Broomfield drew upon a experience where the school crossing patrol was unfortunately unwell when an incident occurred, and it's due to instances like that that we need to ensure that safety is upheld, whether there's a school crossing patrol present or not. But I very much support the recommendation put forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor North. So, colleagues, any further comments from anyone else? Zoe.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just some thoughts as Cabinet Member for Climate Change. We heard about, obviously, the local travel plans by schools, and I think by deferring it and doing a full site assessment, it will allow us to work in partnership and understand that. Congestion was obviously also mentioned, and also looking at the mitigation, because one of the main safety concerns that I have around schools within my division is actually the line of sight and crossing safely within that period, and obviously congestion does cause those concerns. It also actually obviously increases air quality or decreases air quality within that area, so I fully support a full site assessment. I just want to mention, as well as part of that, and working in partnerships with schools. In my division, I have a school that actually have travel ambassadors and work really well, not only in holding their parents to account of parking safely and travelling safely, but also alternative travels within the area. So I fully support this.
Super, thanks very much. Steve?
Schools falls within my remit somewhat, and I'm pleased with what's proposed. There were some comments made earlier on that school crossing patrols make such a difference. Well, they do, but actually the quality of drivers that we have makes a difference in the wrong way sometimes. And I'd urge anyone watching this or listening or reporting on it to please ask drivers to actually slow down and be nice, because that's the fundamental problem. We shouldn't need school crossing patrols. It's a driving standards issue. But also, these are really good but they need funding if we're going to put in improved measures. And many of our members are twin hatters. So the other thing I'd say is please make sure that when the districts are looking at planning permissions, they secure the funding necessary through S106, developer contributions, SIL, to actually implement changes to improve the roads around the schools. That would really help. I do support these fully.
Super, thanks. Any other comments? Anyone? No. I think, so a couple of comments from me. Again, thank you to the officers for looking at this. School crossing patrols form part of most of our childhoods, I'm sure. And as Lulu said, we have an obligation to get children to school safely. We don't necessarily have an obligation to provide a school crossing patrol in each case. When you look at our core purpose, that is what we have to focus upon. I think, though, the complexity of the issue was shown perfectly by Steve Broomfield, Councillor Broomfield, when he gave his presentation to us, in the respect that each of these different sites of the 17 that we've been looking at are individually complex. They've got their own road layout, they've got their own issues, and so it's entirely right that we should be looking at them in a holistic, from a holistic point of view. In my own area, in Romsey, there are a couple of sites that have been empty for some time because we simply can't employ people to do the job. And although we've tried to do a number of things that are innovative in linking them to other jobs within the schools, people still aren't keen to go and carry out this piece of work. And so I think we have to accept that we have a changing work environment, we have a changing attitude towards this kind of work. Where those people are still in place and where they can be recruited easily, they are a fantastic, they carry out a fantastic piece of work for us. They are a fantastic addition to our community, and their job goes well beyond just stopping the traffic, but also keeping an eye out for the children who are making their way to school. But that isn't always the case, and therefore we need to look at ways by which we can manage things better. And so reviewing all of the sites, not removing any of the 17 school crossing patrols that are currently in place, but having a programme that agrees that where we need to provide a crossing, we will, and capital funding for those is more easy to find quite often than the revenue funding that we need to carry out our core purposes, is something that we should consider as a principle. And if we take that as the basis upon which we work over the next few years, where we can't provide somebody to carry out the work of a school crossing patrol, we will now start looking at ways by which we can put hard crossings in place. Patrick, thank you for all of your work. It's another one that's been a really tricky one to look at. I know it's been incredibly important to both the public and our colleagues here in the room today. So we have the proposal on the table that the County Council Cabinet will not agree to the removal of school crossing patrols and will look at providing hard crossings instead where school crossing patrols are no longer in place. Could I have all of those in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Thank you very much, colleagues. So what we're going to do now, those were the four contentious items. For those of you who have contributed to them this morning, then do thank you so much for spending your time with us. We're going to go back now to number one on the agenda. It's still Patrick. Sorry, Patrick. Yeah, you're in for the long haul on this one. This one equally is important to us all. We're now going to look at the proposals for highway maintenance.
Yes, thank you, Leader. So this is Appendix 1, Highways Maintenance, and it's the proposals for highways maintenance, which proposes a reduction in annual highways maintenance for planned maintenance activities. There are two recommendations set out in the appendix in paragraphs 2 and 3, which include the reduction in the annual highways maintenance budget for planned maintenance activity by £7.5 million from April 2025. A couple of points of note. The first is that this will only affect planned maintenance programmes of work and not other allocations that fund activities such as routine reactive pothole and defect repairs, renewal of road markings and drainage clearance. The second is that, should this be approved, Hampshire's annual spend on planned maintenance activity would still be very significant, and subject to confirmation of future Department for Transport grant allocations for highways maintenance for 25-26 could potentially increase. Now, the appendix also covers areas we are looking at for income generation and the continuing innovation we employ to deliver this service, which puts us in the strongest possible position for the limited funding that we have. That was all I was going to cover by way of introducing the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Rob, would you like to let us know what the Select Committee thought as well, please?
Thanks, Leader. The Select Committee considered this issue on the 10th of September, and at that meeting, Mr. Blogg and the officers made a very strong presentation, as he just highlighted just now. And after a robust discussion, the committee made the recommendation that we support the recommendations made by the officers the Cabinet set out in the report, and that we noted the outcome of the consultation, and that we approved, the Cabinet approves the reduction in the annual highway maintenance budget for the planned maintenance activity by £7.5 million from April next year. Thank you.
Super, thanks very much. So, back to Lulu.
It's back to me, isn't it? Thank you. The reduction in the annual highways maintenance of 7.5 million is the largest proposed saving in the SP25 proposals. This funding is not coming out of the highways road repair section of our budget and will not affect such things as pothole and defect repairs, road markings, drainage cleaning and drainage cleaning. The Stronger Roads Today funding is outside this proposal and will continue. As my Cabinet colleagues are aware, we have plans to raise additional funding in an innovative way for our highways repairs through our disruption charging scheme, which will be launched in January. The funding that comes from this scheme will be ring-fenced for highways and congestion busting schemes. We also anticipate 13.75 million of funding for highways in the next year from the HS2 money, and therefore this is a net increase of over 6 million, even without the disruption charging. I was very pleased to hear the recommendations for this proposal that was supported by the Universal Services Committee, and would also like to propose a further recommendation, if I may please, as item 2. So Cabinet notes the additional anticipated uplift funding of 13.76 million for the 2025-26 financial year, and the proposals for raising money ring-fence for highway maintenance and schemes to tackle congestion proposed through the emerging disruption charging schemes, which will provide significant additional funding for highways repairs. Additionally, Cabinet notes the confirmation that the reduction in budget will not affect pothole and defect repairs. And therefore, item 3.
So that's an amendment that adds a paragraph of clarification. Did you have a seconder for that?
Yes, Chairman, I second that.
As usual. Kirsty, would you like to say a few words about it?
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly, I think it's key that we do recognise the concern expressed during the public consultation about this proposal, but that Councillor Baumann has been very clear this is not pothole funding, and everyday repairs will continue, and the public should not see a change to our repairs across the county in that vein, and I just hope that this clarifies that further ahead of us today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, colleagues, any further comments? No? Russell?
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud that we've maintained highways maintenance services in the way that we have, despite the budget challenges faced by this council. In some ways, I felt it was appropriate that it was pouring with rain this morning, because this has been the wettest year that any of us can remember, and that has taken its toll. We've seen, I think, a 30 or 40% increase in the number of potholes and road defects, and it's all weather related. It traces back to climate change. And we are aware of that, and that's why we are all going out of our way to make sure that we provide the funding that's necessary to keep on top of it, which we are doing.
Thank you. Any other comments? Steve?
A little bit of humour. I look forward to another photo, selfie, pointing at a pothole being fixed, because we're doing so many of them, and I'd like to thank our officers for that.
Anyone else? No. I think we should, Patrick, because we've, in the last financial year, we filled 180,000, or we dealt with 180,000 defects, which is almost a third more than the previous year, and that in itself was still, up on each of the years before that. So the bottom line is that we, if we were to carry out the work that we would like, I know that we would need to spend hundreds of millions on our roads, and we simply don't have that money. But we're looking at ways by which we can find money to continue to repair them as quickly and efficiently as possible. As Russell has rightly pointed out, the weather of the last couple of years has been against us, but our teams work tirelessly to make sure that the roads are in as good a condition as we possibly can make them. And so our thanks to them and to all the work that they do. I'm pleased to support the amendment because it makes clear that this money will not come from the budget that fixes the roads, that highways is an overarching department which has other areas from which we can remove some of the funding. More importantly, it talks about the charging that we're going to be bringing forward. Just to reassure members of the public, in case they're wondering what disruption charging is, it doesn't mean charging them, it means charging the utility companies for the work that they do on our roads. And that's something that we'll be laying out in a bit more detail in January for implementation next year. So the one hope that we have is that the 13.76 million we are promised by government next year, which is significantly more than they gave us this year, by the tune of about 8 million, will be delivered as part of the budget. That comes from the money that was saved from the cancellation of HS2, and with that we will make sure that we still have an even larger budget for road repairs. Colleagues, all of those in favour of this recommendation? So that's carried as well. Patrick, still there. You're nearly there though. We're nearly through them. So next one is winter services.
Thank you, Leader. So Appendix 2 is the proposal for highways winter services. It contains 3 recommendations in paragraphs 2 to 4, which includes a proposal to reduce the annual budget for highways winter services by £1 million, and that we undertake a review and update our highways winter services in consideration of changes to travelling behaviours and updates to national guidance. The paper covers a lot of detail, but a couple of points of note. The first is that the criteria that the County Council uses to determine which routes to include in the winter maintenance service was established using historical national guidance, with treatment routes devised in the early 2000s. Since then, national guidelines have changed, as well as the changes to the road network itself, along with travelling and commuting patterns. The second is that, in the event of a particularly severe winter, the proposed reduction would not expose the County Council to additional risks due to lack of funding. In this instance, supplementary funding is provided to ensure our statutory duty to keep roads free of snow and ice as far as reasonably practicable is maintained. That was all I was planning to cover by way of introducing the paper. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you. Rob, the Select Committee view.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. We looked at this item on the 19th of September. There was a lot of member discussion about involvement in not just the priority routes, but the priority 2 and community routes. And there's agreement or suggestion that it'll come back to that committee to look at these, the new definition of those routes for scrutiny by the Universal Services Committee later this year after that bit of work has been done. And that was felt to be an appropriate use of the Select Committee scrutiny coming into next year. The committee made one recommendation, which is to support the recommendations made by the officers, and that had some detail of noting the outcome of the consultation, and that the County Council undertakes a review and updates its highway winter services in consideration of the changes to travelling behaviours and recent updates to national guidance Mr. Bloggs just mentioned. The review and subsequent implementation are predicted to provide annual budget savings of about £1 million from April next year, and this will be achieved through the revision and implementation of revised winter service treatment routes developed in accordance with current national guidelines, as well as through operational efficiency savings arising from the changes. And our final note was that the authorities delegated to the Director of Universal Services in consultation with the Executive Member for Highways and Ways to implement these decisions, including to progress and make any necessary arrangements to agree and implement the provisions to Priority 1, Priority 2 and Community Route Treatment Networks. Thank you.
Rob, thank you. So, Executive Member for Highways and Waste.
I'm smiling, thank you. Getting used to this now. I think we all are aware that driving habits in bad weather for our residents in Hampshire have changed in the last few years, and certainly since COVID. More people work from home and children are able to be taught at home. There has also been an increase in demand for services delivered to the home, thereby lessening the amount of journeys made on some of these routes. Our routes for winter maintenance have not been reviewed for 20 years, so it is right that this piece of work is being carried out and will follow the recent updates to national guidance. The review and subsequent implementation are predicted to provide annual budget savings of £1 million. Thank you very much to the Universal Services Committee for your recommendations and the involvement that local members felt that they wanted to participate in some way on the guidance on this one. I am pleased about the recommendations, but would like to add an additional sentence, part of a sentence, into item 2, if I may. And that is, the sentence would read, this would be achieved through the revision and implementation of revised winter service treatment routes developed in accordance with national guidelines and assessments of the way in which people in Hampshire travel during periods of winter weather. So please could we include that additional section? Thank you.
So just some additional wording in paragraph 2. That amendment, Kirsty?
Yes, Chairman, as you'd expect, I'm happy to second that amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we have that amendment up on the screen. Colleagues, anyone like to say anything about this one? No? All good? Okay, it is, to my mind, a reasonable thing for us to be doing, because we've not reviewed the routes for so long that the way in which we all travel around the county has changed enormously when we have bad weather. And if I'm honest, it might just be my age and the vagary of getting old, but it seems to me that winters are far less cold and far less icy than they used to be. That might be famous last words. You can all blame me for the fact that we have a hard winter ahead if it turns out to be such. But certainly over the last couple of years, the number of times that we've had to use our gritters has been far less than it had been in previous years. And so reviewing how we manage this service seems to me to be a very sensible thing for us to do. And in the same way, then making savings as we rationalise it and make it more appropriate to the way in which people move around the county now is entirely reasonable. So, colleagues, are you happy with the proposal as amended on screen? Always in favour? Thank you. That's agreed. So we're now moving on to, I think, lighting. Is lighting next? Oh, rural countryside parking, sorry. Still Patrick, though. So.
Thank you, Leader. So Appendix 5 is for rural countryside parking. It contains 6 recommendations, including proposals for the implementation of charging at a number of rural car parking sites where commercially viable, with income from these sites contributing to the cost of their management. Feedback from the Future Services consultation indicated that there was broad support for both elements of the proposal, with car parking charges seen as normal in many other places, and that the council should be charging for non-essential services, allowing investment back into rural areas. There is more detail in the report, but a couple of points of note are that, as part of this work, we would also look to explore opportunities to improve the visitor experience at our sites and the countryside network. We would also ensure that charges would be reasonable and in keeping with other district and borough charges. We'll be undertaking a comprehensive review at each site and may consider a pilot at a couple of these to ensure viability. Delivery would be on a phased basis, with the County Council incorporating lessons from the previous implementations. That was all I was planning to cover by way of introducing the paper. Thank you.
Patrick, thanks very much. Back to Rob for the Select Committee view.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. We scrutinised this on the 10th of September, and the committee was very pleased to support the officer's recommendation, highlighting, I think, a couple of things of particular importance that we liked. First of all was the annual review. We thought that was an important feature of it. And secondly, the fact that the income from the car parking charges would help the costs of managing Hampshire countryside services, Hampshire countryside sites. But we're very pleased to support the recommendations in full made by the officers on this item. Thank you.
Rob, thank you. Kirsty.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yep, I exactly echo that. The Select Committee were supportive, and as were the public during the Serving Hampshire public consultation, who recognised that charging for car parking is fairly widespread these days, and the funds raised by charging will increase the visitor experience at those countryside parks and be invested in management of those facilities, because they do obviously require quite a lot of management behind the scenes. And I'm really keen that we do focus on improvements to the visitor experience, whether that's including food and drink catering or increased provisions for dog walkers and dog exercising at some of those spaces. But also to be clear that where we need to bring up to standard the car parks themselves, that will also be brought in as part of these changes, so that the overall experience is improved for members of the public, and they will continue to support us and visit those sites, we hope. So no changes to the recommendations, please, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Lulu?
I'm happy to support this, thank you. For the variety of reasons that have been listed, it helps with the income for the parks themselves, improves the services. I'm glad there's going to be a review carried out, an annual review. And the public consultation was positive, so I think very happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, everybody? No, all good? Patrick, thanks so much for the work on this one. I think it makes complete sense, and the fact that we also are able to create a better offer at our countryside sites that are not our country parks, but are still places that people wish to visit, and hopefully improve that over the coming years from this is a very good reason for us to support it. So, all colleagues, all of those in favour? So that one is carried as well. Now it's lighting. Now it's street lighting. So if you're trying to follow this, we're on pages 309 to 360 now, Appendix 6 of the report.
Thank you, Leader. So Appendix 6 is for street lighting. It contains 5 recommendations, including extending the switch-off times for residential streets and reducing lighting levels at certain times, reducing lighting levels for the classified road network, and the removal of up to £500,000 budget provision for street lighting energy. The proposals are set against the backdrop of increasing energy prices we have seen over the last few years and the move towards LED lighting. The report addresses concerns raised in the Future Services consultation in relation to safety and the potential increase in crime. If proposals are agreed, the County Council would continue to monitor the areas where changes have been implemented and take remedial action should the need arise. This includes working closely with Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary, where requests can be made to turn lights back on. The results from the consultation were broadly supportive of all elements of the proposals, in particular the positive impact on the environment. The report includes other positive impacts associated with the proposals, including a significant reduction in carbon and a positive impact on visible light pollution and human and animal health. That was all I was planning to cover by way of the introduction to the paper. Thank you.
Patrick, thanks so much. So back to Rob again for the Select Committee view.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. We looked at this issue in our meeting on the 23rd of September and had a robust discussion, particularly about changes and factors other than crime or road accident statistics. So we accepted the officer's recommendation in full and made one with an additional recommendation, which I will read out, and that the Select Committee further recommends to Cabinet that future requests to vary street lighting in individual areas should have sympathetic regard to factors such as the nature of the built environment, personal safety and security, and travel safety, and not just specific crime or road accident statistics. We felt that improved the recommendations that have been put forward to you today. Thank you.
Super, thanks very much. So this one's back to Lulu to comment upon.
Thank you very much. So street lighting, I think Patrick and Rob have actually covered a lot of what I was going to say, but I will continue anyway. So the County Council currently spends around 4.2 million per year on energy for street lighting. If agreed, this proposal, along with activity to move to LED use, could save the County Council up to £500,000 per year. The savings proposal is to extend existing night switch-off times in residential streets by 2 hours, combined with reducing the brightness of streetlights on Hampshire's residential streets and classified road network. In addition, energy price rises over the past few years have seen the County Council spending more than expected to operate streetlights. The proposals would help reduce the impact of future price rises. They would also reduce the amount of energy being used by street lighting and therefore result in a reduction in spend by the County Council. Adopting these proposals would not only have a financial benefit, but as has been said already, would also reduce the CO2 emissions by approximately 500 metric tonnes, supporting the wildlife, such as bats, and reducing lighting pollution, so improving the dark skies. We will listen to the police advice in areas where they think there may be any safety issues with the reduction in street lighting times and adjust the lighting accordingly to ensure public safety is maintained. And I thank the Universal Services Select Committee for their input on this one, and obviously Patrick for all your work on all of these items. Thank you.
Lulu, thanks. Would anyone else like to make any comments on this one? I think it's just to confirm in terms of the recommendation that Rob made. It would be something that would be normally go back to Select Committee if we wanted to change things any further beyond this. So it's something that we don't need to change the recommendation to reflect that for you, but that's something that would quite obviously happen. Again, this is one I think is quite straightforward. I think the most important thing is that we listen to the police, and if there is a safety concern in any place, we can always adjust the lighting in that particular area to reflect that if need be. The other big piece of work that is not, I think, properly reflected in this proposal because it doesn't come into it is that transfer to LED lighting, where there is a significant saving yet to be made. So if there are no other comments from colleagues, no, all okay? Can I ask for those in favour of this recommendation? Okay, again, that's carried. Thanks so much. And so we're now on to competitive one-off grants, and Patrick finally gets to. Well, thanks for sitting in the hot seat for so long, Patrick. Gary's turn. So carry on.
Thank you, Leader. Good afternoon, Cabinet, and hopefully a respite and a new officer face. So I'd like to refer you to Appendix 8 to consider the proposal regarding competitive one-off grant schemes. You'll see within the paper, and following consultation and review by Select Committee, the recommendation is to withdraw 3 competitive grant schemes which provide one-off funding grants to a range of community groups and organisations, parish and town councils, namely Leaders Community Grants, Rural Communities Fund, including country shows, and the Parish and Town Council Investment Fund. This will contribute £481,000 towards addressing the County Council's recurring budget challenges. Members will note that these one-off grant schemes are discretionary and not something we are required to do, and the report is also clear on the consultation and feedback undertaken. Members will see that the withdrawal is not without potential impact, and this is detailed in both the report and the additional EIAs. Equally, members will note that we anticipate that many of the organisations can mitigate the impact by seeking alternative funding sources such as national bodies, local fundraising efforts, charging, donations, or revenue raising power through precepts in the case of parish and town councils. So nothing further from me, Leader.
Gary, thanks so much for that. So Jonathan, it was the 2050 Select Committee who scrutinised this one. Your thoughts, please.
Nice to join the party, Chairman. Okay. as has just been said, we had the meeting on the 12th of September. That was the CSR 2050 Select Committee. Just to put you on the picture, we asked the Cabinet to approve the following: to withdraw 3 competitive grant schemes which provide one-off funding grants to a range of community groups and organisations, namely the Leaders Community Grant, the Rural Communities Fund, the Parish and Town Council's Investment Fund. And for those who don't know what they do, or did, the Leaders Commercial Grant was one-off funding for time-led projects for community benefits and helped local communities. Grants were given from 1,000 to 25,000 with 50% matching, and the Rural Community Grant supports parish councils, groups and organisations in rural Hampshire, which includes, importantly, the county shows. The total amount given last year was just under 453,000. And the consultation showed there was broad agreement to the withdrawal of these grant schemes. Many of the organisations can mitigate the impact of the withdrawal of the schemes. They can seek additional funding sources, such as national bodies, etc. And so basically this went through fairly quickly.
Super. Thanks so much for that. So this one falls under the 2050 portfolio, so that's mine. So for me to say a few words to begin with about it, it strikes me exactly as Jonathan's just said, that these grants are often provided to organisations and they are of great support to them. I don't doubt that that's the case, but there are also many other sources of grant funding to which they can apply. Looking through the number of grants that have been proposed over the last few years, it's quite apparent to me that there are it's quite often been the case where there could have been alternative sources for them. So whilst it's a really nice thing to have, and being able to call upon a Leaders Community Grant does make you very popular, I'm equally aware that this is not something that is core to our purpose. There are other alternative sources of the income for the organisations, and the money that we save here is much better spent looking after our most vulnerable residents, which is the most important thing to us all. So, colleagues, any other comments anyone would like to make? Russell.
Well, I just wanted to take a moment to say that it's regrettable that we're in this position where we have to bring an end to these grant schemes. These grants have funded good work in communities across Hampshire over many years. I've seen that good work. The grants have helped Hampshire to reduce carbon emissions and to improve countryside access through things like replacing stiles with kissing gates. But we are in a situation where we have to make decisions like this, and I think it shows that we get the scale of the challenge in front of us. I wouldn't want anyone watching to think that the Cabinet doesn't appreciate the difficult financial situation we are in, with a budget gap that is around 175 to 200 million pounds. We're going to have to do a lot of difficult things. And you know, we appreciate that even if we do get some extra support from the Labour government in the upcoming budget, it might not be enough. There's still likely to be a budget gap that is going to mean we're going to have to make decisions like this. But it is regrettable, and I hope that one day we'll be in a position to restore these sorts of grants to communities.
Thank you. Anything else, everybody? Zoe.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Jonathan and the Select Committee. Although I wasn't able to be present there, I actually have watched the full recording for this agenda point and the next decision that we're also making. And what was, really robust conversation is the whole Select Committee went into great detail about, over the last couple of years, the grants that have been available, as you suggested, to the community, and also Parish and Town Investment Fund has actually helped solar panels and community water butts and those type of things. So there was a really robust conversation about understanding the impact of where these grants have been committed to, but also recognising that there are alternative funding options out there, and also recognising that we will continue working in collaboration with those that have been in receipt of these funds. So I fully support the recommendation.
Thank you. Anything else, everybody? Just one final thing to say, just to be very clear to everybody, this does not include the County Councillor grant scheme. That continues, and it's something that I know is important to all of our colleagues, and so it was a point that was raised in the recording that I watched of the meeting as well, as I'm afraid I couldn't be there. But just to clarify, this is purely those grants that have normally gone through those three different funding streams. You have the proposal in front of you, everybody. All of those in favour of it? That's carried as well. Thank you so much. Gary gets another bite of the cherry now with Hampshire Cultural Trust grant.
Thank you, Leader. So, Cabinet, I'd like to refer you now to Appendix 9 to consider the proposal regarding the Hampshire Cultural Trust grant. You'll see within the paper and following the consultation and review by a select committee that the recommendation is to reduce the annual grant to Hampshire Cultural Trust by £600,000 from the 1st of April 2027. Members will note the well-established and successful relationship we have with Hampshire Cultural Trust, having transferred the management and operation of our Arts and Museum service to them in 2012. Members will note in the report that it's for the Trust to consider how the grant reduction can be accommodated through increasing income, generating efficiencies and changes to their services. However, as noted in the consultation, members will note that the consequential impact of this grant reduction might be the closure of a small number of venues, and 4 of these venues are identified as initially being at risk within the consultation packs. If the Cultural Trust does choose to withdraw from any venue, that would be subject to a separate executive member decision-making process. So nothing further from me, Chair, beyond referring members back to recommendations in paragraph 2.1 in Appendix 9.
Super, thanks so much, Gary. And back to Jonathan for the 2050 Select Committee's views.
Thank you, Chairman. Judging from what we've had before today, I think I've had the easy bit. Okay, just to recap, the meeting was on the 12th of September of the CSR 2050 Select Committee. We wanted the Cabinet to approve the following: to reduce the annual grant to Hampshire Cultural Trust by £600,000 from the 1st of April 2027. So it's not an immediate cliff-hanging cut. Okay. The Trust has the responsibility, for your information, to manage the provision of arts and museums. It also has the ability to increase income through commercial activity and to secure funding from other sources. There was no deputation at the meeting. The Hampshire Cultural Trust was well aware of what was going on, and we felt that they were pretty well on top of this. For the record, the grant last year by Hampshire County Council was £2.5 million. Thank you.
Jonathan, thanks so much. Zoe, this falls under your area.
Thank you, Leader. So I've gone through the consultation, and as I said, I wasn't able to attend the Select Committee, but I have watched the full recording and your debate and your queries relating to that. And also how you pressed of the importance of our arts and culture here within Hampshire. I'm therefore minded to approve the recommendation to reduce the grant by £600,000 on the 1st of April 2027 with no amendments, but if I could say a few words. The Hampshire Cultural Trust play an invaluable role in our community, positively impacting lives through culture. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to Hampshire Cultural Trust and Hampshire County Council's officers for their commitment and approach to partnership and their ongoing dialogue in this consultation and looking to achieve the goal of a sustainable future. Since I became the exec member, I have had the privilege of visiting Hampshire Cultural Trust offices with our Hampshire officers to go along and have that dialogue with them. They are an independent charity that is this year celebrating their 10th year. During this time, our collective efforts have been focused on securing a sustainable future for our culture offerings here across the county. However, as we look ahead, we recognise that the landscape of our culture and museum offerings need modernisation. It's vital that we ensure operations and the partnership are efficient, offer value for money, and continue to serve as cherished assets of our heritage. Hampshire Cultural Trust recent stewardship of the Great Hall demonstrates their ability to innovate and operate commercially, inspiring confidence in their future. We are committed to maintaining our governance arrangement and working closely with Hampshire Cultural Trust to navigate the necessary changes in their business delivery model. The collaboration will help them leverage a broader range of funding opportunities that are not available to Hampshire County Council alone. Today's report highlights is that unfortunately some museums may be at risk due to the decision to reduce the grant funding starting the 1st of April 2027. As we've heard, I just want to clarify that while we are discussing the reduction in grants, Hampshire County Council is not making the decision in regard to those closures, rather that we continue to work collaboratively with Hampshire Cultural Trust as they inform us of any necessary steps in the near future as they plan for removal of the grant in what is just over the next 2 years for the 1st of April 2027. I want to reassure the public and all members here today that should the Hampshire Cultural Trust decide to close any buildings or a museum as a result of today's decision, the collections housed within them will not be lost. They will be safely relocated according to our overarching collections strategy. Just in my closing remarks, let us remember that while these decisions are difficult, our shared goal remains clear: to ensure the future of our cultural institutes and rich heritage are represented and are sustainable for the future. Thank you.
Zoe, thanks so much. So, any other comments from colleagues? That was pretty comprehensive, I have to say. So we have the proposal in front of us. The Hampshire Cultural Trust are doing some fantastic work, and I think that the work that they've been doing over at the Great Hall gives you a really good example of how they are able to make make sustainable some of their work as well. All of those in favour? Thanks so much. That proposal is carried as well. Gary gets to kind of relax again now. I'm afraid it's Jess who has to come back. Well, I'm afraid for Jess. I'm not afraid it's Jess. So we're now on to item 11, which is on pages 573 to 604, adult social care charges.
Thank you, Leader. As you said, Appendix 11 relates to social care charges. The report considers the proposal to take into account 100% assessable income when carrying out financial assessments for individuals with non-residential care and support needs. Currently, the County Council takes 95% of an individual's assessable income into account when calculating the maximum contribution to their care and support. The proposals, once again, have been vigorously scrutinised through a member working group and the subsequent scrutiny committee meeting. The report makes just one recommendation: to take into account 100% of an individual's income when carrying out financial assessment for care other than in a care home, and amend the paying for care policy and guidance accordingly, with the change to take effect from the 1st of April 2025.
Super, thanks so much. Back to the HASC Select Committee. Bill, your thoughts?
Thank you, Leader. On the previous saving programmes we've done with the Director's Department, we've always had excellent presentations on the work in hand. And the HASC Committee fully supports the recommendation made by officers to the Cabinet set out in appendix level that the adult social care charges as detailed below to take into account 100% of an individual's assessable income when carrying out a financial assessment for care other than in a care home and amend the paying for care policy and guidance accordingly, with the change to take effective from April 2025. We did also review what all the other counties do in the southeast and in England, and I think we were one of the two that still operated on 95%.
Thank you very much. So I know that's a point that Liz will want to make as well.
Yes, I would like to say Hampshire has been an outlier for many, many years now, and keeping it below the 100%. I think, to be honest, I think because of the increasing demand on our services, we can no longer afford to do that. So it's with great regret, but I do think we have to go for this and charge 100% from next April.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues? No. As you say, we have been an outlier for some years, and whilst we have held on to this position as long as we possibly can, I'm afraid that additional 5% is something that is now vital to us to be able to provide the breadth of support that we need to all of the vulnerable residents for whom we are responsible. So, colleagues, those in favour of this proposal? Okay, that's approved. Thank you so much. So, still on adult social care, this time grant schemes, Jess.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, Appendix 12, page 605, it refers to adult social care grants. The report considers the proposal to stop funding 3 adult social care grants that Hampshire County Council does not have a legal requirement to provide. By ceasing these, the 3 adult social care grant schemes would deliver £620,000 worth of savings. These proposals again have been vigorously scrutinised through a member working group and subsequent scrutiny committee. The report makes 3 recommendations: to cease the Council for Voluntary Service Infrastructure Grant Scheme from the 1st of April 2025, saving £500,000 per year from the associated budget; to cease the Citizens Advice Infrastructure Grant Scheme from the 1st of April 2025, saving £65,000 per year from the associated budget; and lastly, to cease the Local Solutions Grant from the 1st of April 2025, saving £55,000 per year from the associated budget. Thank you.
Jess, thank you so much. So back again to Bill for his thoughts.
Thank you, Leader. What I'd like to say firstly is that it is well known in the districts and boroughs that despite any cuts we make on grants, the department under the Directorate is still available to assist all the districts and boroughs in finding new sponsors to replace those grants. And I have every faith in the support in that case. The House Committee did support the 3 recommendations made by the officers to the Cabinet, namely 1, to cease the Councils for Voluntary Service Infrastructure Grant Scheme from the 1st of April 2025, saving £500,000 per year from the associated budget. 2, to cease the Citizens Advice Infrastructure Grant Scheme from the 1st of April 2025, saving £65,000 per year from the associated budget. And thirdly, to cease the Local Solutions Grant Scheme from the 1st of April 2025, saving £55,000 per year from the associated budget. The House Committee also recommends that, fourthly, should the decision be made to withdraw the grants, the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee also recommends Hampshire County Council continue to work actively with the current grant holders to explore ways that the services could continue to be sustained. Thank you, Leader.
Bill, thank you so much. Liz, your comments.
Thank you, Leader. It's always a regret when you stop giving people money to do things that you actually want them to do, in particular with the Local Solutions Grant Scheme. But I would say our officers have been absolutely brilliant at finding alternative sources of money for them so they can carry on doing the work we want them to do. So, yes, I mean, we could all look forward to the day when the government gives us masses of money and we can reintroduce them, but I think that's some way away. So, yes, I have to agree with this and suggest that we do cease these grants, but also taking into account Bill's advice that we ask our officers to carry on seeking sources of funding, which they have been really successful at doing. So, thank you.
Super, thanks so much. Colleagues, anything else anyone would like to add to that one? No. I think it's a brilliant example of the kind of partnership working that we've been carrying out already, but we've certainly in the last few months begun to work on in a much more focused way as well with our partners, be they in the districts and boroughs, or be it with the NHS or with the hospital trusts. And in doing so, we can find alternative sources for this money for them. So, colleagues, you've got the proposal in front of you. All of those in favour? Thank you, that one's carried as well. So thanks so much, Jess. And very patiently, Stuart's been waiting all the way through. Yeah. Stuart, welcome. You're going to talk about the final proposal that we have in front of us, which is to do with our library stock.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I'm talking to Appendix 13 members. That's page 655 of your pack. In relation to a reduction of £200,000 for library stock. What we know from our consultation is Hampshire residents told us if we do need to make this reduction, then we should reduce spend on a combination of physical and digital stock, prioritise spending on children's physical stock, prioritise spending on paperbacks rather than hardbacks, and finally prioritise buying a wider range of items with reduced copies of new titles. And that's exactly what these recommendations are. Thank you, Leader.
Stuart, thank you so much. So, the Children and Young People Select Committee, Juliet, who reviewed this for us.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Stuart. Yes, the committee supported these recommendations. But one thing I would like to say is the response from residents shows how much our residents value their libraries. And these recommendations we supported, but we also felt we should continue to look at innovative ways of enhancing our library offer. But it was very clear that our residents really value their libraries.
Thanks so much. So, Steve, this is something that falls under your portfolio.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Stuart and Juliet, for your comments. Despite not being one of the 4 themed areas we talked about at the beginning of this meeting, libraries are really important. We've had great feedback from the residents, volunteers, members and select committees, and we know how important they are to our communities and to users of all ages. Changing the way we procure books, acknowledging the desire to access them both on paper and electronically, and the focus on children's reading is really good. Concentrating more upon availability of the most popular titles will actually let us continue to offer the great reading service at our libraries, whilst actually improving efficiency and saving money. While we continue to focus on expanding how they're used, we'll also do that as they form an important welcoming hub for our communities. Our officers and volunteers' work is really appreciated, and what we're proposing will support that. It's clear many are actually happy and prefer paperbacks, which is likely the most noticeable change. The continued focus on improvements based on the feedback that we've had and input from the officers over the last few weeks means we'll actually expect to see early gains and further reduced costs. So I'm actually proposing a small change to the recommendation. I don't know if we can put that on screen, but the recommendation is to reduce stock spend, and I'm actually proposing we reduce stock spend by £250,000 per annum, focusing on the following priorities identified by Hampshire's residents and library users from feedback through the Future Services consultation outlined from paragraph 31. And it's the 4 points that are shown on the screen. Reduction of spend for both combination of physical and digital, prioritise spending on children's physical stock, prioritise spending on paperbacks rather than hardbacks, and prioritise buying a wider range of items with reduced copies of new titles, and prioritise purchasing books over other resources. Thank you.
Super, thanks so much, Steve. So we've got a a recommendation of an alteration, sorry, an amendment to that recommendation there. Is there a second for that? So, Ros, you're going to second it. Do you want to say a few words?
Yep. Yes, please. Thank you, Leader. I completely support the amendment to the recommendation, and I think it shows that we've really listened to our public. Libraries are a really important part of the Hampshire assets that we have. They are quite often the first port of call for children to go in and read a book for the first time. So I love the focus on children's physical stock. I think that's really important going forward. And I look forward to seeing what our libraries could become in the future with the enhancement of the community and their potential there. Thank you.
Super, thanks. Any other comments, colleagues? No. Okay, so we have that amendment in front of us. Our libraries are an integral part of our estate and of the network that the County Council provides. Over the last few years, we've increasingly used them for a variety of purposes, and I know that there are plans to widen that as well, so they become even more integral to the communities in which they're situated. This seems to me to be a perfectly reasonable and sensible way forward. We've listened to the feedback that people gave us about the way in which the libraries operate and the titles that we use, and we have reacted to that, and in the same way we're able to save money. And saving a little bit more money here helps the fact that we have not saved money on some other things earlier in the conversation this morning. So, colleagues, all of those in favour? And that's carried as well. Stuart, thank you so much. Just a couple of sort of closing remarks from me, if I may. Sorry. No. Okay. I thought I was being told to do something different then. No. So, thank you for bearing with this, and thank you to everybody that's here. Thank you to all of our colleagues who came along and spoke today. And I know that all of you have been engaged in the process going through this in the select committees, and perhaps more importantly, all the working groups that led up to that. Thank you to our officers as well, most importantly, for all of the hard work that you've done. You've not only provided us with recommendations in a professional and detailed way, but you've also listened to the concerns that we've had. You've been flexible and approachable in the way in which we've managed the entire process. We've not fallen out, which is the most important thing. But more importantly, as we've gone along, we've recognised that some of the proposals in their first form that were put before us about a year ago now were not going to be workable, and that's particularly the case of passenger transport, where a lot of the proposals that we were looking at were then changed. The challenge to us, and the reason we're here, is that the cost of services we provide, the cost of providing that core purpose of looking after our most vulnerable residents, is only limited by the number of people who present themselves to us. And that number is ever increasing. We are, for example, looking at, on average, 200 new applications for special educational need assessments for children every month. And so we need to focus upon those people that need our support most. And that is the purpose of looking at these savings. In doing so today, as Rob has told us, we've met almost 50%, almost half of the 175 million that we need to find to balance the budget in 2025-26. And so the work will now continue to look at other ways by which we can bridge that gap. And I think it's an important point to remember that 175 million isn't just a one-off. That's not just next year, it's the following year and the year after that as well. It is a recurring gap that we would have unless we can deal with it. And so we go forward with looking at ways by which we can innovate better. We can use our estate and be more commercial in what we do, and we can transform the way in which we operate and make savings that way. And that's a piece of work that has been ongoing for some months now, will be continuing to be carried out as we approach the budget setting in February. But what I can say to you is that as we look at those different savings, it's my intention that we shouldn't need to look at savings of the type where they impact the public in the way that we've looked at today. Our ask of government is not to give us more money. It's to provide us with the changes in legislation and a different way of working in which we can become sustainable ourselves. We want them to stop ring fencing the grants they give us so that we can use them to innovate and that we can do things differently. We'd like the freedom for our staff to be able to operate in a different way so that we can be much more efficient about what we do. We'd like the ability to make a commercial charge just to cover our cost for many of the things that we provide. And in other cases where we do provide support, we would be able to means test some of that support, because often we are providing support at full cost to people who could afford to contribute some of it themselves. All of that in combination would help us become sustainable. And so that's our ask. I think it's unlikely that the Chancellor is going to be giving us very much money, but changes in the way in which we operate would alter things enormously for us. Just looking to Keith's very helpful comments at the beginning of this meeting, I'm glad that the opposition have engaged so positively, and we're grateful to you for the work that you've done in holding us to account, which is exactly what you should be doing, Keith, and your colleagues. And so to all of you, thank you for that. Good to know that you would like to see a different way of working, because we're already there. We're using our land with a much better focus. We are looking at ways by which we can both tackle climate change and provide income for the county by using our land to generate energy for us in a green way, to use it for biodiversity net gain. We are about to complete, hopefully, on the development at Manydown in Basingstoke, which will see County Council land delivering housing for Basingstoke and Dean as part of their local plan. So many of the things that you're talking about we're doing already, not least also working better with our parishes and town councils as we renew the compact with them with HELC, and that work is undergoing as well. We are all a team, the districts and boroughs, the county councillors who sit around here, the opposition. None of us want to be here making these decisions. We find ourselves doing it because of the way in which local government finance is structured. I hope this government might change that, but it's not going to change it in the next 12 months. And so therefore it is entirely right that we deliver a balanced budget next year, but equally one where we have listened to the people of Hampshire and we do not make the changes that would impact them most and with which they were most unhappy. But thank you to all of you for being here today, and not least to members of the press for sitting through what has been probably quite a long and potentially boring morning, but I hope it's been of use to you as well. Before you all rush away, we have one final item on the agenda, which is nothing to do with savings. But David, you've got one thing to propose to us.
The easiest item you'll have, Leader, today is simply just to note the revised executive portfolios following your recent changes.
Thank you, and that takes us to the point of working better with the NHS, because in the way in which we've changed the cabinet, Russell has taken on the role of public health. And with a specific role of improving our relationships with the NHS and getting us to work more efficiently with them so that we can both save money. And thank you, Russell, for taking on the job and for hitting the ground running. Those proposals are at the end of the report at a page 689 to 702. And they lay out the new executive functions that we have in the cabinet, along with a slight change around adult social care, so that all of that is now under Liz. Are we happy with those? So all of those in favour? Right, thank you. In which case, meeting's closed. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you to the people who've watched us online, and we can end the broadcast.